Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for April 1st, 2025. I'm going to start off by moving that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of approving executive session minutes, discussing strategy related to potential litigation that is clearly and imminently threatened by Chabad Libovich at Chestnut Hill, involving property at 90 and 100 Billingham Road, and discussing strategy related to potential local collaborative litigation. The litigation matters must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor of going into executive session, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The Select Board will reconvene in open session following the executive session.
1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for April 1st, 2025. No April Fool's jokes today. We just ended our executive session, and I'd like to start off with updates and comments from the Select Board, or announcements and updates. And I'd like to start with one. It's a little long, so bear with me. But it's important. Members of the Select Board do many things outside of the limelight, but that are important to the town in various ways. Yesterday, I had the privilege of meeting with the Portuguese Consul General, Tiago Araujo, and 2 officials of the city of Carregal do Sal. Mayor Paulo Catalano, who is also a board member of the Salsa Mendes Foundation in Carregal do Sal, and City Council member Luis Fidalgo, also a board member of the Salsa Foundation. And you'll hear what the Salsa Foundation is shortly. They were in Boston to visit the New England Holocaust Memorial and talk about the work of Aristides de Salsa Mendes. The Salsa Mendes Foundation was established to recognize Aristides de Salsa Mendes, a Portuguese diplomat who during World War II saved more than 30,000 lives from Nazi persecution in 1940 in what is considered to be the greatest rescue action undertaken by an individual person during that time. Related to the story of the heroism of Aristides de Salsa Mendes, there will be a lecture by a Japanese professor at Temple Emeth on Monday, April 7, on the role that a Japanese consul general, Shione Sugihara, played in providing visas to Japan for 2,000 Jewish families in Lithuania. The Select Board will send a resolution to honor Sugihara to the lecture. Since it's not in the packet, I will read it. Okay. It's a resolution of the Select Board commemorating the 125th anniversary of the birth of Shione Sugihara, the Japanese consul to Lithuania, who saved over 2,000 Jewish families in 1941. Whereas Japan's consul to Lithuania, Shione Sugihara, at great jeopardy to himself, issued over 2,000 visas to Jewish families in Lithuania, saving over 6,000 Jews in the spring and summer of 1941 to facilitate passage of those Jews to Suragaga, Japan. And whereas in 2020, Lithuania declared that year as the year of Shione Sugihara in his honor, and whereas today the estimated number of descendants of those who received Sugihara visas ranges between 40 and 100,000 individuals, that is to say, people who were saved from the Nazi death camps by Sugihara. And whereas Consul Sugihara epitomized the teachings of the Abrahamic religious traditions that if you save one life, it is as if you saved the world. And whereas the Jewish and Japanese communities in the town of Brookline have hosted celebrations of the heroism and righteousness of Consul Shione Sugihara, initiated by Samuel Mansky, who was a member of Temple Emeth in South Brookline. And whereas the Consul General of Japan to New England, the current Consul General, is facilitating a lecture at Temple Emeth by Sugihara historian, Professor Shiharu Inaba of Meiho University in Nagora, Japan, on Monday, April 7, 2025. And that is the lecture to which we're going to send this proclamation. So, whereas a monument celebrating the heroism of Shione Sugihara, located at Temple Emeth in South Brookline, is recognized worldwide and has been visited by the many descendants of people saved by Shione Sugihara. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Brookline, Massachusetts, declares Monday, April 7, 2025, as a day of remembrance for Japanese Consul Shione Sugihara, honored as one of the righteous among nations by Yad Vashem, Israel's official memorial to the victims of the Holocaust, and also honored by Brookline's Japanese and Jewish communities and many other residents of our town. Signed by the Select Board of Brookline. So, what's the significance of this to today? The histories of the many individuals who risked their lives and positions to rescue European Jews from the Holocaust is especially relevant to today's America, when refugees from numerous countries, many of whom are here legally, as green card holders, students, researchers, or others, are facing similar threats. And although the threats they face are nowhere near as extreme as faced by the Jews in Europe, we should still learn the lessons of the Second World War, lessons that include to not look the other way when people are being attacked because of where they come from or who they are or what they believe, even if you disagree with what they believe. That's the end. Okay. Okay, that's my statement.
Thank you.
Any others?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. John?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for that statement. As quickly as possible. My weekly reminder, which is going to continue for a few more weeks, that the marathon is coming and that there's something known as Team Brookline. And if you Google search Team Brookline, you'll come to a page where you can actually participate in the fundraising by some charity runners who are running on behalf of Brookline Charities. So I hope as many people as possible will consider doing that and supporting Team Brookline. There is an announcement that is a very worthy one that we've been asked to make, having to do with National Public Health Week in Brookline. I hope I didn't jump the gun on that one, if anyone else was intending to make the announcement. There's a week of programming starting next Monday. In particular, there is a program on Wednesday, April 9th, 6:30 to 8 at the what's known as the Freshman BHS building. I think everybody knows what that is. It's a program that is going to help, people to, I think, renew their understanding of the essential role that public health plays in our communities. So again, that's Wednesday, April 9th, 6:30 at the BHS. And finally, our firefighters in typical fashion performed really, really well in a fire that broke out last Friday, excuse me, at 79 Craig Place, CRAIG. Two of the firefighters had to be taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, but they did a really good job in tight, very, very densely packed housing area at suppressing a fire that could have spread and had much greater consequences. So, job well done to the fire department and to the individual firefighters.
Thank you. Mike?
On a somewhat lighter mode, there was an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, but that an organization had issued the top places, a list of the top places to live in.
Oh, yes.
In America, Brookline came out as number one in the number of Cambridge neighborhoods were variously scattered down to the next 10. I'm not sure how Cambridge got 10 neighborhoods and we got just Brookline, but we were awarded an A+ for our schools, which is certainly not a surprise, despite the difficulty that we're having in making sure that we can pay for them properly. Not such good grades in traffic. We also got an A+ in nightlife, which kind of raised my eyebrows, and it makes me wonder whether our policy of setting a 1 o'clock closing time is perhaps the appropriate one.
Makes me wonder whether my social life is missing something. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on that
we clearly
Not
don't
aware
get
of.
out enough. I mean, that's for sure.
Okay. Anything else?
Just really quickly.
Okay.
To follow up on two things that John said. One, thank you. And I just wanted to add the great work that the firefighters and the whole fire department did. Chief Randolph, Chief of Operations Randolph, managing the situation there. and many others. To the two injured firefighters, we obviously wish them the speediest recovery. I just want to update folks and let them know that they are home safe. So that is excellent news. The Public Health Week coming up next opens with the Public Health Carnival on Monday, the 7th from 3:30 to 6:30, also at the Freshman Building, 22 Tappan Street. There's gonna be a lot of exciting activities, including face painting. Those of you who saw me get my face painted for Brookline Day, I'm not gonna do it again, but you should.
But your daughter will, I'm
Oh,
sure.
after that, yes. So it's going to be a lot of great fun. So thanks to the whole health department, that team, it's a really huge effort, and the payout is going to be really great. So I hope folks enjoy it.
Great, thank you. So unless anyone else has update or comment, we'll go to public comment. Tiffany? please
Yes.
Read the rules.
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there's an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name and either their Brookline precinct number or street address. The first individual who signed up in advance is Arthur Conquest.
Good evening. Excuse me, can you hear me? Arthur Conquest, Town Meeting Member Precinct 6. I spoke to you during public comment on the 28th of January, 2024. My final words during that presentation were, and I quote, "I'm asking for a public meeting, an investigation and or a written report on the restorative justice fiasco," unquote. I handed in a copy of that presentation. Unfortunately, shortly thereafter, I caught a virus and became very sick, housebound for 2 months till 2 Wednesdays ago. I've come here again tonight to ask what exactly was the purpose of the Restorative Justice Initiative? Who from Brookline's hierarchy communicated with the restorative justice staff about things related to that initiative, from the names of the individuals who would be participating to the groups they had been assigned to, dates, times, locations, e.g. train health building on a Saturday afternoon. I was told last week that the Restorative Justice Organization was paid. How much and exactly what for? As a taxpayer, I should be able to know, obtain this information, especially so since I was involved. I have somewhere in my vicinity, or say 50 emails back and forth with the restorative justice staff. And I can say in all candor, the initiative was upside down, backwards, and completely inside out, starting just from the planning. None of it made any sense whatsoever, sadly. And this is how you have conducted initiatives related to the Black community and individuals over and again for, say, the last 4 decades. We need a Judge Arthur Garrity to examine how the town of Brookline is mistreating, misdirecting, exploiting its Black and Latina citizens. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you. If there's something special,
30 seconds.
if there's something special that I need to write or say or connect with, please inform me so that I can get the information that I need. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Hefter.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Jesse Hefter. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 14, living on Chestnut Hill Avenue. This evening, my comments relate to item number 10 on your agenda, the approval of a contract totaling $118,518 to Kittleson and Associates to begin work on contract PW 25-29 entitled a Bicycle Network Implementation Plan. In the memorandum of understanding from the town to the vendor dated March 25, we read, quote, "The Green Routes Bicycle Network Plan developed by the Bicycle Advisory Committee has served as a helpful resource for the town in understanding the streets that the bike community wants to focus on and the types of infrastructure that they would like to see," end quote. The first item in the MOU that the town is asking for is, quote, "Conduct public outreach activities to help identify key issues and opportunities related to planning and implementing Brookline's bicycle network." This is somewhat troubling, as it seems that we are about to consider spending over $100,000 to get a set of guidelines about how to engage with our community as these proposed transportation changes occur. We heard from several citizens at the Select Board meeting on March 25 about significant deficiencies in both the town's process for convening some neighborhood meetings and significant issues with the engineering department's design of proposed changes, including improvements to the existing bike lanes on Chestnut Hill Ave. The initial proposal was already drawn by an outside vendor based on input from our own engineering department and is now being revised as we speak. And now we are adding another level of consulting services. According to statistics recently shared by Mr. Van Scoyac, biking as a commuting choice in Brookline was 4.4% in 2013 and 4.8% 10 years later in 2023, showing a minimal growth. Accordingly, we think it's important to note that while providing a level of safe accommodation to bicyclists in Brookline is an important goal, whether they are from our town or just passing through from neighboring municipalities, it is critical that we might take a pause right now and re-examine the capital expenditures that are planned and the road designs that are being proposed for our infrastructure for biking in town. As an example, Chestnut Hill Ave carries over 15,000 vehicles per day, while the total number of bicycle riders on the street on average ranges from 5 to 10 in one day. Our town has already begun to create newer and safer
seconds.
bicycle lanes. For example, the fall 2024 Beacon Street repaving and line painting project between Washington Street and Air Road near Cleveland Circle. Spending nearly $120,000 within DPW to develop a plan by a consulting firm, which includes how to develop an implementation plan for bicycle infrastructure when we don't yet have neighborhood by neighborhood or street by street buy-in, seems somewhat irresponsible. This would be true at any time, but is an even more acute issue in our times of some
That
financial
concludes
stress
your time.
and budget pressures. Last sentence. In conclusion, it is crucial that we re-examine our biking infrastructure needs and capital expenditures before committing to such a large sum for outside consultants. Let's work together to ensure
Thank you. That
responsible
concludes your
spending
time.
and effective community engagement. Thank you.
That concludes the speakers who signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the room or online who wishes to make a public comment at this time? If you're online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. There are approximately 3 individuals in the room, 33 online, and no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go on to our miscellaneous calendar. First item will be approving the meeting minutes from March 18, 2025. That was our workshop at the golf course. Any corrections or edits to those minutes? Seeing none, I move approval. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Croman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, I'd like to take in omnibus fashion items 6B through 6D. 6E has been pulled, plus item 6F. So those 4 items in omnibus fashion. I'm sorry.
Different numbers.
I think the numbers
we
are
have 7.
7.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry, 7. That's right.
Can you say that
My,
again?
my notes are a little off. Repeat that?
Yeah, just,
Okay.
yeah.
I think 7.
So I'd like to take in omnibus fashion items 7B through 7D plus items 6F. I'm sorry, 7F. Item 7E has been pulled from the agenda. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Mr. Chair, before we go to the next item, I apologize. I forgot to add Carla Benka to the list, and she did ask to public comment in advance.
Okay.
Can we go ahead and
Yep.
promote her? Carla, I'm promoting you now. Okay, you should be promoted. Sorry about that.
Okay, I don't seem to be able to get my video on, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Carla Benka, a town meeting member from Precinct 14, and I'd like to offer a few comments on Agenda Item 10, the Bicycle Network Implementation Plan, specifically the scope outline for proposed consulting services with Kittleson and Associates. Transparency and community engagement are frequently invoked as critical elements for educating the public and winning their support for a particular plan or project. However, in reviewing the scope outline regarding the development of a bicycle network implementation plan, I see reference to project team meetings, meetings with town staff, meetings with the Bicycle Advisory Committee, and up to 2 presentations to the Transportation Board. I don't see mention of meetings with neighbors or neighborhoods. And although under Task 2 in the scope outline, the consultant is required to develop a public outreach plan, the details of when, where, and how to promote outreach events are left up to town staff. Perhaps the recent and less than robust effort of the Transportation Division to inform and engage the public on proposed changes to Chestnut Hill Avenue will illustrate what I and others see as a concern. As you heard last week during public comment, at the beginning of March, the Bicycle Advisory Committee docketed within its agenda an item listed as a public hearing on the plan to incorporate bicycle and pedestrian safety improvements in the pavement treatment project for Chestnut Hill Avenue. Interestingly, the planning document presented was called a pavement marking and signage plan, when in fact what is actually being proposed is far more than that. The hearing was intended to provide the Transportation Division engineer in attendance with an opportunity to receive feedback from committee members and from members of the public. Abutters apparently received notice of the hearing, but Precinct 13 and 14 town meeting members did not. Neither did relevant neighborhood associations. Even with only one hearing and essentially non-existent neighborhood notification, there were many valid observations and objections made by the abutters and acknowledged by town staff. It would seem in this instance that appropriate standards for community outreach, transparency, and open processes have not been met with the development of improvements to Chestnut Hill Avenue. However, the Select Board now has an opportunity to ensure that a clear process for community input is in place prior to execution of the Bicycle Network Implementation Plan contract. Having such an explicit process to
30
include
seconds.
the community would increase the likelihood of the implementation plan's ultimate success. Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany, for remembering me, and thank you, Chair Green, for letting me jump in.
Thank you. Okay, next item on our regular calendar is annual town election. I see our town clerk and Kaufman is approaching the podium. And we're going to be voting on issuing of the warrant for the state election on May 6th, voting to approve the early voting schedule for that election, and voting to authorize police details for the election. So, Clerk Kaufman.
Thank you, Chair Green, and I'm happy to cover all of them in an omnibus fashion, but I don't want to take too much of the board's time. These are standard votes that we do before every election that you guys are familiar with. I will note for the town election, we do have one kind of unusual office, which is the office of constable. Town meeting voted last year to move our constables from all 5 being elected every 3 years on the same election to staggered terms, and that will take place on this election. So there'll be 5 constables. The top 2 finishers will be elected to a 3-year term, the next 2 to a 2-year term, and then the 5th place finisher to a 1-year term. Otherwise, there are positions on the ballot for a select board, school committee, library trustee, as well as for town meeting seats. There are several precincts that also have vacancies that are being filled at this election, so there are short seats, not the full 3-year, but a shortened term. Otherwise, there's no changes to polling locations from the November election. For early voting, we are recommending the same that we've recommended in past years, which is a full week from Saturday, April 26th through May 2nd, from 10 to 4 on the weekends, regular office hours on the weekdays, and on the weekends at both the Coolidge Corner Library and Putterham Library locations, in addition to Town Hall. And finally, vote by the board to approve the police details for early voting and for election day. And I'm sure the board will join me in thanking our incredible police department who always lend their assistance on these days. It's always reassuring to our poll workers as well as to our voters to know that we have an officer in every precinct ensuring election laws are followed, while also lending other support. Sometimes they have helped translate ballots, helped wardens move equipment around in the precinct as needed. They're a tremendous asset for us in our polling locations. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have, but those are the 3 votes that are before you tonight.
Okay, any questions from the board? No, you were pretty well explained and cogent. So you want to vote in omnibus fashion, all 3 of them?
I'm happy to do whatever the board would like.
Does anyone object to doing it together? Okay. So I move that we approve items related to the May 2025 annual town election, including item A, vote to issue the warrant for the state election called for May 6, 2025. B, vote to approve the early voting schedule for the May 6, 2025 annual town election as laid out in the memo from the town clerk that was in our packet. And C, vote to authorize police details for the May 6, 2025 annual town election as laid out in the memo from the town clerk. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. And if the chair will allow a brief moment, I will let voters know that we did send out postcards last week that you can use to request vote by mail ballot. So make sure you get your vote by mail ballot back in. We plan to send them out the week of April 14th. We expect to get the ballots and start mailing them on the 15th. So make sure you get your requests in so we can send you a ballot if you'd like to vote by mail.
Great.
Thank
When
you
are we
so
going to
much.
hear about the stickers?
Oh, that is an excellent question. We will have a new I voted sticker. We plan to present the sticker on April 10th at the school committee meeting. So keep an eye out and make sure you come and vote so that
I
you can get one.
eagerly await. That's terrific.
Okay, thank you. Next, the bicycle network. Question of approving contract number PW 2529, bicycle network implementation plan with Kittleson and Associates in the sum of $118,518. Who's going to speak on that?
We have Amy Engels, our transportation director.
Oh, right there on the screen. Hello, Miss Engels.
Hello,
So
good
tell
evening,
us
everyone.
what it is and what you want us to do.
Yeah, sure. So the bike plan is really meant to be a planning document, a guide for helping us be strategic about decisions and about where we want to have bike improvements and that we're doing it in a way that creates a connected network that's thoughtful ahead of time. And it's what it is a blanket approval for the recommendations to move forward without any further evaluation or engineering or public involvement. It's definitely not what it is. It's kind of it's an upgrade to the existing Green Routes plan, which was previously mentioned and has been very helpful for us. But it does lack in some engineering and feasibility assessments. So we're kind of upgrading it with those types of things, as well as cost estimates, very high level cost estimates for the recommendations, and priorities, rankings for the recommendations, so we kind of know what order roughly we want to do certain things in. And one really critical thing that this will help us do that's quite prescient with the Chestnut Hill Avenue proposal is aligning our efforts for pavement preservation and bike infrastructure needs and some of our other plans way ahead of time. So we have a lot of time for public involvement to kind of start from, a smaller neighborhood meeting and work our way through up to the transportation board. We were not able to do this, unfortunately, with Chestnut Hill Ave. I think, as I know the board knows, and for the audience, we, the last year or so have been in the process of creating new policies for the way that we integrate our different initiatives, most specifically pavement preservation work and complete streets efforts. And we just got all of those policies approved, I think, last week. So they're brand new. And so, it takes time to kind of for all those things to fall in line and really create all the efficiencies. But these policies together will help us kind of see further down the road and create more of a strategic work plan, so we know what we're trying to work on in coming months and really in coming years. And we'll have more time to sit down with the community and kind of work through recommendations and trade-offs and things like that. So that is all to say that the Chestnut Hill Ave situation was had to be fast because we were reacting to pavement preservation activities that need to happen this summer. So it was kind of not the ideal timeline, but this bike network plan will help us identify those timelines way ahead of time, and so that way we're not catching ourselves in a rushed position again.
Mike, you have something to
So
say.
it sounds like this plan is actually sort of the antidote to what occurred with Chestnut Hill Avenue. Is that
Absolutely, yes.
okay? Thank you.
John, I think.
Well, antidote is an interesting word. I would think that if you think of it in terms of inoculation or vaccination, we want that kind of planning to occur for all of our future projects. So why are we going ahead with this project when clearly that kind of planning didn't occur is the question on my mind. And that's why I have sort of come around to thinking it's a very difficult choice to have to make tonight, to say no to a contract that calls for a planning process that should take place when I know that it didn't take place. And there is a very important project advancing towards approval, I assume, by the Transportation Board that got none of the benefit of the kind of planning that we're paying for in this contract in the future. So it's one or the other. I mean, if the planning and the contract are good and worth the expenditure of over $100,000, then why is it coming along after we've already had a process for Chestnut Hill Avenue that somehow arrived at a design for the street that hadn't been cleared with the neighbors of the street, the residents of the street, who almost to a person have signed a petition saying we never were consulted on this. We don't like it. We're looking for changes in it. And yet there seems to be a rush towards putting these designs, which are now being changed, putting these designs into effect that resulted from no process that drew the neighborhood in. So, I mean, if you had to choose, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I guess I am. Which is more important, that we get the planning right and approve this contract, or that we go ahead with a street that didn't have the benefit of this planning process, regardless of the fact that it's already opposed by most of the residents of the street because they had no involvement in the planning process.
So yeah, so I guess there's kind of a few questions wrapped up in there. Chestnut Hill Ave, like I said, we moved on that the way that we did was because it's a pavement preservation project that in order to preserve the pavement in its state and not have it further deteriorate, it needs to have this pavement preservation work done. And so that presents an opportunity because we're essentially putting a layer on top of the pavement to put pavement markings and stuff like that back differently. And Chestnut Hill Ave Chestnut Hill Ave actually happens to be called out in the Green Routes Bike Network Plan, our advocate-driven plan, and the pretty much now finished Vision Zero action plan as one of the most high-risk streets for crashes in the town. And so those two things together made us think that that this was a great opportunity to try to put some improvements, some safety improvements for all modes, pedestrians, bicyclists, drivers, into this project if we could. And we did want to involve the community. That's why we sent out the mailers. I'm not sure why the two town meeting members didn't get them, because we definitely sent them out. I looked at the list, their names were on there, but maybe that was a mailing error in the mailing system or something like that. But we did try to get things out there as quick as we can and have a meeting at the Bicycle Advisory Committee and to try to take some feedback. And I do apologize if they were taken aback by something that looked like a ready to go plan. It certainly wasn't. It was what we were responding to with the prioritization in the Vision Zero plan, most specifically needing to have better accommodations for pedestrians and bicyclists, most specifically.
Paul?
Yeah, so thank you, Amy, for that explanation. And I do realize these two things are kind of coming together at one time. Could you explain how this contract would help prevent what happened with Chestnut Hill Ave? And then I'm going to ask you a question about Chestnut Hill Ave, but how would this be integrated with a proposal like Chestnut Hill Ave? And how would it have prevented the situation that we've had happen?
Yeah, so the bike plan, that's the contract that we're talking about now, will have, public involvement to develop it. We'll be doing some pop-ups and some various other things with the community, probably an online feature like we had for the Vision Zero plan where people can go on a map and kind of, point out things that they would like to see or problem areas, things like that. We'll have a number of different ways to engage with people to try to understand what their priorities are around biking, where they feel like missing connections are, that kind of thing. So there'll be a lot of opportunities for collaboration there, and that will be kind of the beginning piece that maybe some of the folks on Chestnut Hill Ave were looking for, more of a give us your ideas kind of approach rather than responding to an idea that was presented before them. So that's one way, because it'll start with that kind of a foundation. But the plan itself, once developed, will also be, a strategy for a connected network, not just we want a bike lane on this street, we want a bike lane on that street, but something that's really cohesive and that gets people to where they want to be safely. It will also kind of drill down a little bit further than the Green Routes current plan does, and do some kind of higher level engineering analysis and feasibility assessment as to the different types of facilities that could work on a certain street. And it'll identify critical links, like maybe a bridge crossing or something like that, that need to be achieved in order to make the network connected. And it'll help us develop a work plan, multi-year work plan, because there'll be some kind of higher level cost estimates associated with all the recommendations as well. So we, know that we're budgeting ahead of time. We know how much roughly we might expect to get, or at least we can plan to ask for. And having these cost estimates will really help us do that. So we can kind of map things out, a design this year, construction the next year, plan it all out much ahead of time so we have time to sit with the community and get their input as to what the design might look like.
I really appreciate that explanation, Amy. I think the thing that it's occurred to me as I heard you speaking, and I'm looking at the project name of this, is that it really is a one-use view of our roadways. It's called the Town of Brookline Bicycle Network Implementation Plan. And the bicycle dedicated bike lanes or whatever, non-dedicated bike lanes are just one component of the integrated roadway, which is multimodal, which includes walking and cars. And so I guess the thing that I'm uncertain of is how, if you're doing a bicycle network implementation plan, you're reaching out to advocates of bicycle safe biking, which I appreciate. The thing that seems to have been missing and is still missing in this contract, and which was missed with Chestnut Hill Ave, which was already on our Green Routes plan, is the engagement with people who aren't riding bicycles, who need parking and access. So this, I actually feel like this project maybe is ill-conceived because it's only one use. It should be looking at multiple uses and thinking of our routes as multiple uses as opposed to just one.
Right. Oh, I don't know if she wants to comment.
wanna
on it, but
comment?
I wanted to ask.
Yeah, so, we've, a lot of the strategies we'll be using for public involvement, well, there'll be a variety. Some will be a meeting that people will intentionally go to, but we're also looking to do pop-ups at like the farmer's market or something like that. So we could be talking to anyone who would want to come. So it's, we're not specifically just wanting to talk to bicyclists. So that's one thing, but also this plan will help kind of identify, in the recommendations, it'll help identify trade-offs that might need to be considered. And so those things will already be front of mind to us when we come to the public to actually start working on the street and coming up with what the design might look like. So we will, we'll still have that neighborhood meeting with the abutters, and that's everyone's invited. It won't be, we're not going to be doing that initial meeting with the bicycle advisory committee. That'll be just for the neighborhood. So we'll kind of get the sense of those trade-offs there and try to weigh them starting at that point.
John?
Amy, thank you very much for your answers on this particular question. And I want the people viewing this to know that we have very, very good people in our transportation department, and change is coming. Change is happening in how we view the prioritization of the spending of very, very crucial resources on our streets. And I think Paul makes an excellent point. It isn't all about only bike lanes. It's way beyond that, because I don't know if you have, counts that you can cite as to the amount of bicycle traffic on Chestnut Hill Avenue versus the amount of car traffic on Chestnut Hill Avenue, because I haven't seen them yet. And yet the plan that's on the table until it changes is a plan that it seems to be aimed entirely at the bike users of the street, and in fact is a net negative for all the residents of the street, and those residents use cars in their daily lives. And they've been waiting a long time for there to be improvements to the pavement of Chestnut Hill Avenue, but no one ever told them that not only would they have to wait years to get the street repaved and resurfaced, but when it was repaved and resurfaced, it would be done in such a way that flex posts would be lining bike paths on both sides of the avenue that then interfered with their ability to maneuver their cars to the curb. And I'm not going to show them tonight. I'll show them if I have to at a future meeting. We can go out any day and show how in their daily activities, people on Chestnut Hill Avenue use the curb a lot, and they would be denied that use of the curb by the plan that was first presented to them that they had had no consultation on. So if we're going to go forward with a planning process that embraces the needs of the residents of streets and embraces car users on streets, that's going to be good for bicyclists too, because one of the major hazards to bicyclists is broken pavement and bad pavement and poor pavement, especially when it is on the parts of the road that are to the side where bike lanes tend to be. So we'll be helping everyone if we do these streets right, but this plan maybe is too narrow in its focus. And by the way, it's not the first time we've done a narrowly focused plan. The existing plan is from 2022. That's only 3 years ago. And it was an update of a plan that was done in 2008. So this would be our third plan in a row that is focused solely on the bike lanes and not the crucial need to have repaved streets on a regular basis.
Okay, David had his hand up first.
Yes, first of all, unless I missed it, so once again, I don't see the exhibits that are referenced in the proposed contract for our vote. And scope of services is Exhibit A. And if you read Section 2 for scope of services, it references Exhibit A, which we don't have. So it's not entirely clear what scope of services would actually entail. Beyond that, I definitely agree with the point raised by Paul and echoed by John regarding the need to look at transportation in a multimodal manner, not just in terms of bicycles, because if we truly want integrated networks, that includes various forms of transportation. We've heard a lot of concerns during public comment about pursuing this project at this particular time. I have some concerns about the process, about who was reached out to. I understand what Ms. Ingalls is saying regarding that anyone's welcome at these meetings, of course, but if your sole focus is on bicycle lanes, then it's unclear if you're really getting some balanced inputs about how to integrate everything. Also, Ms. Ingalls referenced that one of the values of proceeding with this contract would be to identify potential barriers around safety, such as whether we need to build a bridge. Who would pay for this bridge? And so, to a point that I understand that was just a hypothetical example, but John had mentioned at our last workshop that when we are voting on contracts to pursue studies of something, we need to have some kind of understanding of what is the purpose of the study, what will it lead to in a practical sense, how much money will be expected as an expenditure down the road if we pursue a study. And I'm reluctant to support a six-figure expenditure for a study if we don't have the money available at the end of the study to actually pursue what is proposed. I think we need to be very careful about how many plans we undertake and whether we have the money to actually pursue the plans. I don't think we should be in the business of planning for the sake of planning if there's not going to be the ability to execute. And also, do we have any data currently indicating that Chestnut Hill Avenue is high priority for changes? Are there a lot of accidents at Chestnut Hill Avenue? Have a lot of bicyclists been injured on Chestnut Hill Avenue?
Mike.
So a number of things. First of all, I'm certainly not going to defend the original plan that came out on Chestnut Hill Avenue. I had originally thought about viewing the bollards concept favorably, but I've changed my mind. I think John and I had an interesting exchange about that, and I must say he convinced me. I think that it's certainly true that this is a study about the bicycle network. There is, broadly speaking, a Vision Zero plan in the community, which seeks, the purpose of a Vision Zero plan is to seek to eliminate fatalities and serious accidents. And if you look at Chestnut Hill Avenue, there aren't bicycle accidents on Chestnut Hill Avenue. There are not very many bicyclists at all on Chestnut Hill Avenue. I know I biked it. And although I will say that there were some suggestions that Fisher Ave be used as an alternative, and I defy anybody who says that to try and bicycle up Fisher Avenue. But the Vision Zero plan includes a number of provisions for both cars, for cars, pedestrians, cyclists, and other kinds of wheeled vehicles. There are all sorts of, we have scooters of various sorts and so forth. So this is, I would hope that you would view this as one component of the various studies that have occurred. We listened to the superb presentation by the DPW on its plans, and in our offsite, we listened to, and I think we're very favorably impressed by the integrated approach to repaving planning. And all of that is part and parcel of the same process. This particular contract feeds into it. It doesn't occur in isolation. It's part of the whole package of things that we all talked about and that we all heard from the DPW. With regard to the point about spending money on a study and then not having money to pay for it later, well, we have millions, tens of millions of dollars of deferred maintenance on streets. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be planning, and are planning, in fact, on a program to gradually catch up. So you never have the money right then and there for something that needs to be done in the future over a long period of time. And I think that's what this kind of a contract would contemplate. So again, I don't think you want to make I said to you earlier that this was the antidote to what happened on Chestnut Avenue. I don't think you want to make an improvement in the planning process the victim of a screw up on one particular street that was the consequence of not following the process that would probably emerge from this.
Well,
Just one follow-up, and it's helpful, really helpful to hear this conversation, and this is for Amy. Amy, let's put Chestnut Hill aside for a minute. And you're going to go through this, and it appears like it's a scope, right? It's identifying potential scope and connections of bike lanes, which if you hadn't done Chestnut Hill the way you had done before, Chestnut Hill might show up in this report as being a connection. My question is, when will the design work be done as a result of this plan for any particular road? And will that have proactive notification of abutters and community engagement for all modalities, including biking, pedestrian, automobiles, parking?
Yes, absolutely. So this bike network plan is kind of a roadmap to help us plan out, break out the work plan over a number of years, really, months and years. And so as we take on a specific project, a specific street, a specific intersection, we'll have some idea of what infrastructure will work, might work in those locations from the bike network plan. But as far as an actual design, we'll do those, one at a time. And that's when we would bring in the community to figure out all of the different uses of the street, and just kind of the more specific trade-offs that we may need to consider, and hear how people use the street and how they want to see what they might want to see in the future.
So I have one follow-up question, Bernard, and I promise I'm done. So if Chestnut Hill wasn't done, and this process started, this proposal, would Chestnut Hill have shown up as a result of this plan as being in scope, even though you're hearing so much pushback from, it sounds like a dedicated bike lane with flex posts on Chestnut Hill Ave is not a supported project by at least this particular set of abutters in the community in this area. Would this process that you're going through have kept that project as a bike route off, or would it have just said it's a bike route, but it might be a shared it's a chevron versus flex posts? Do you understand my question?
I think so. So if the if there had been no public process or no mention of the project at Chestnut Hill Ave, would Chestnut Hill Ave be in the bike plan? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, would Chestnut Hill Ave would it show up in this new scope of this
Right.
new connected bike network as saying this is where we would like a bike path? Would it have likely shown up as a result of this report?
Well, it's hard to say, because the part of the development of the bike network plan would be field visits, talking to the public, lots of different data collection, stuff that we haven't necessarily done for all the streets that we want to look at. I think it would definitely be one that the team, the staff team and consultant would look at. Just kind of by looking at a map, it does connect to a lot of things. It's a good north-south corridor. So just kind of at that first blush, it would be of interest. But if we dove into creating this network and the public involvement, and that public involvement showed that that folks really didn't want something like that there, then that that would, be considered in the development of the network. So it's hard for me to say that for sure, but I think it would be discussed.
Okay, so I think what I hear you saying is, even though a road like Chestnut Hill may show up on a report like this, it does not mean that we're committing to building that
Yes.
infrastructure on that roadway. We're saying it's a target and it's within, it could be part of the network, but we'd still have to go through the community engagement to see specifically how it would be designed and whether it be a raised bike lane or parking eliminated or not. That's my question. I'm hearing that being on the report doesn't mean it's automatically going to be
Right.
done.
I just do want to mention that Chestnut Hill Avenue has a bike lanes marked. They're fog lines
Yeah.
currently. There's already a bike lane there. It's not a matter of shadows. The road is far wider than it needs to be or let's put it a different way. The road is wide enough so that you can accommodate a bike lane. It already exists.
Okay.
Chairs?
I just want to flag to David's point, and again, I apologize for this. This is something that we will follow up on and work on. So this is a form contract that we have, and it makes reference to exhibits A through D. Because it's a form contract, not all of those are included all the time. And in this instance, what's referred to as exhibit A is this preamble scope outline and budget estimate, I believe, this document here. So that's your scope of work. And then exhibit C, which is the hourly rates, is the last page of that scope. The budget breakdown talks about the hourly rates there. But then the area of work, which is exhibit B, and the specific technical specifications in exhibit D, those aren't a part of this broader, they aren't a part of this specific agreement. They aren't, I don't believe they're a part of this specific agreement, and so they're omitted, but I apologize. We use these, standard language contracts, and then we include these to be interpreted as you know, right, to be incorporated into it. But we've got to be clear when we present them to you on what those exhibits are. So I apologize for that.
It's all right. Thank you.
John?
Do you recall offhand how much we spend on the 2022 update of the Green Routes Master Plan? I'm going to guess it must have been something close to this amount, right? 1,000, 100,000 or more.
I'm not sure because there was not a consultant involved. It was, like I say, mostly driven by the advocates, by School Advisory Committee. They produced the document, and I'm sure that staff collaborated and provided input and stuff. I was not here, so I
Okay.
can't speak exactly. But
Yeah, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. My bigger point is people should consult the Brookline Green Routes Master Plan update of 2022. They will find that it is a very substantial document with very clear plans in it for streets that should be protected one way and a different way and a different way again. And I'm looking at page 11, and Chestnut Hill Avenue is on the 2022 plan as a protected bike lane, which, by the way, I don't have any quarrel with that. But presumably, the kind of process that is envisioned under this $100 and some odd thousand contract is the process that should have taken place after Chestnut Hill Avenue was identified as a target for a protected bike lane in 2022, and should have embraced the residents of the street and should have included data on how many bicyclists actually use Chestnut Hill Avenue versus how many cars use Chestnut Hill Avenue versus what is the daily use of Chestnut Hill Avenue by the residents of Chestnut Hill Avenue. And so if none of that took place, and I really can't see any evidence that it did, and all of a sudden we came up with a design for a protected bike lane with flex posts on Chestnut Hill Avenue just because it was identified as a target for a protected bike lane in a 2022 study, then we're not doing it right. And I think we've got to pause Chestnut Hill Avenue until we figure out how to do it right. Maybe this contract will get us to a better place as to how to do it right. But I agree with Paul, until the contract specifies that this is not just for the sole purpose of imagining protected bike lanes wherever we think, bicyclists might want to have a protected bike lane, but rather is for the better planning of the street for all the users of the street. I'm just not comfortable that we need this contract and that we need this further study. The 2022 update of the Bikeways, Greenways Master Plan, it goes over most of the ground that is gone over in the description of this contract.
Amy, did you want to respond?
I mean,
David.
sorry.
If not, David had his hand up.
Just a follow-up to what John was saying, how different would this study be from the 2022 one? Why is the 2022 one already rendered obsolete?
Yeah, so like I said, that's a good foundation. It was made by advocates, and it was primarily, yes, focused on bikes, and more or less we used it as kind of, I don't know, to put it as, I guess, a casual term, kind of a wish list. Like these were the streets that they're interested in, that they thought made a good connected network, that they prioritized. It was their priorities. We get documents and various things like that from other committees, that focus on, like, for example, the Pedestrian Advisory Committee has come up with lots of documents that focus on pedestrians and what pedestrians need and want, and aren't, talking about parking or any other modes, because they're the Pedestrian Advisory Committee and that's focused on their goals. And so that's what that document is. It's a advocate's document about their goals. But it doesn't have any engineering or feasibility assessment. Some of the recommendations, and I'm not saying this to fault them by any stretch, but some of them recommend protected bike lanes on a street where it's like literally not possible. There just is not enough width within the right of way. So we couldn't carry out that recommendation, so those are the types of things that I'm trying to that we want to do with this bike plan, that will have engineering input, just some more detailed stuff like that, cost estimates and prioritization. Those are the main three things.
Well,
Yeah, just in conclusion, because we need to land this ship.
Yeah.
So I'm really torn about this. And I appreciate Mike's comment that this is just a component of a lot of other components of what we're trying to do with the public way. I do worry that this is specifically targeting more advocates for cycling, which I appreciate, but feasibility and supportability by the community is also needed. We need to understand that, and I think that means also getting people that have other needs of the roadway that may need to share the cycle track or cycling. And so I wonder, Amy, is it possible to maybe bring this back later with a modification to explicitly call out that public engagement will include the concept of where feasible parking, what the implications may be, like having people that just take Chestnut Hill Ave, instead of just one use, we're going to invite people to come that aren't just advocates for cycling, but also perhaps folks that are concerned about parking for a whole host of reasons, or other things that might have to go on with the public way. I want it broadened, so it's not just, we're not just reaching out to advocates of cycling. Is that reasonable? Is that screwed this project up too much? I guess what I'm.
No, I think I think it's difficult because of the level of the planning document. It's looking at the entire town, and so it would be hard to do that in a way that's comprehensive over the entire town. We might get that kind of feedback about Chestnut Hill Ave or some other street, because those are the people who we happen to be able to to connect with. But there are a lot of other places where trade-offs would need to be considered just the same, but maybe we don't end up connecting with those people for one reason or another.
But so an example, a way this would be, what I asked for would impact what you're doing is there's an online survey. I suspect the way this project is currently defined, there wouldn't be a question about how important is parking on your street, or would you be willing to give up parking in order to have a cycling lane, right? This would be, where would you prioritize cycling? How important is it for you to have cycling? Do you feel safe on this road without a dedicated bike lane? So I think how you come at the framing of this project is really important, in the types of questions that you're going to ask in a survey, or even in some workshops. In a workshop, If it's only about cycling, you're not going to have a post-it pad that says parking issues, right? It just wouldn't exist in that workshop. But when you are considering multimodal for Brookline completely, I think you would have something about parking and pedestrian. So a part of me wants this to be more of a multimodal townwide scoping project than just a cycle tracking connections. That's where I'm at. And for me tonight, I'm just not comfortable approving this. I just have.
What
too
do
many
other people
questions.
think about voting this?
Well,
Start
first of
with
all,
Mike.
I think it's not gonna pass as it is. So, I think
Let's
that-
figure out what.
yeah, what is,
we
and I think
do
Paul,
do.
Paul raised a really good point, and there needs to be some, I think the staff needs to take it back, take a look at it, and not try and boil the ocean, not try and do a plan for the entire town. Actually, I mean, DPW has given us a street plan for the entire town after all, but rather take a look at how this particular piece of work can be better integrated with the other aspects other than
Other
cycling.
uses.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable approach to take.
Amy, can you do
Yeah,
that? And how soon?
I think we can take this back and I will talk with my team and Commissioner, of course, and the consultants and try to focus something that's responsive to those concerns.
Any other thoughts in terms of what we want to ask them to focus on?
Well, if I may, if I could, have my wish would be that essentially the amount of money that was to have been spent on this contract, as I say, $100,000+. If knowing what we now know about the changed approach that we're going to take towards catching up with the dire need to deal with pavement issues all over town, knowing that, how would we spend $110,000 or 100 and whatever it is, $1,000 to best advance and make progress on the repaving program as quickly and as efficiently as possible? I don't think we need another bike planning document. I just realized that in addition to the 2008 and 2022 versions of this plan, the Green Routes plan, there was a 2018 plan for bike networks in Brookline. So we're not really getting all that many protected bike lanes in Brookline, despite all the planning we're doing for them. And the reason is, first of all, bicycling is a pretty low level activity compared to the 17,000 cars that use Chestnut Hill Avenue every day. And, maybe we have to tilt a little bit more in the direction of a plan that is primarily focused on smoothing the pavement all over town for bicyclists, for cars. And while we're doing that, deal with improving of intersections. Those are the most dangerous places for bicycles. But we don't need another plan that results in more proposals for more, bike lanes with flex posts or contraflow bike lanes, or, these kinds of bike lanes that are popular with planners, but don't seem to attract all that many bicyclists and come at a great price to people who, are accustomed to using access to the curb on a daily basis.
Okay, so I guess we're not going to vote on this. And Amy's going to come back with some additional thoughts.
Bernard, I do think it's important that the board give her a sense of whether she should bring it back. John just said, don't bring it back.
Right.
And I want to make sure we're not like I don't necessarily think we should be putting a fork in it. I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Read the 2022 plan and then decide.
I completely, one second, John, 1 second. I completely understand what you're saying. I just am very sensitive to Amy and staff. And she just heard two different messages. One was, expand the scope to consider other things for the road network. And then she heard, don't do it. And I just want to make sure.
Well, I'm saying,
That's what-
don't do it in the sense of, we don't need, I don't think we need all that much more planning. You know, we've got plans. What we haven't had is pavement.
No.
And Chestnut Hill Avenue is a mess.
Can I
Dean
respond?
Road at the Boston line is a mess. And it's kind of crazy that we're always appropriating more money for the next plan. And we're way behind on getting these streets, simply getting them repaved.
Mike, and then.
So I do think Amy made one point that I think is very important. John, I think you're missing it, which is that the document that was done in 2022 was put together by bicycle advocates. It wasn't done by professionals who could say, well, it'd be great to put a bike lane on the street, but it's just not wide enough. And so let's leave that out. So this is an effort to professionalize what was done by those people. And if you look at the total amount of money that needs to be spent, and it is being spent on streets, you certainly want to spend it in the most, in a way that provides, as I said, something that supports the Vision Zero concept, that supports safety for everybody, including vehicles, including cars, including pedestrians. I don't think that the $118,000 makes a dent in what's available to do that once you have good professional evaluation of what you want to be doing. So I think Paul's concept is right on, and I hope that that's what we agree to do, or that's what Amy takes away as as our sense.
Hey, David?
I take Mike's earlier point about the importance of having phased plans. It's just, I want to make sure it's a phased plan that we will actually be in a position to execute. And I accept John's point that we don't need to be having plan after plan after plan. I understand that the other committees prior may have been primarily composed of bicycle advocates who didn't necessarily have the professional technical expertise around feasibility. But I trust our staff to be able to identify, as Ms. Ingalls just did, well, this proposal clearly can't get off the ground because of X, Y, Z, but these other ones we could pursue. And so I don't really see the point to just identifying for the third time in under 10 years where we should have bike plans. I think look at what's already been created and integrate that through a multimodal lens, as Paul is suggesting. If we're going to have a multimodal transportation plan for the whole town, that I think would be worth pursuing. But just another bikes only plan when we've had several of those already doesn't seem like a wise way to spend finite resources.
Could I make a
Hey,
motion?
Amy, could you respond to that?
Yeah, so I think, I think I've said what the benefits of an engineering and feasibility assessment would be part of this the bike plan, and what the differences are compared to the Green Routes plan. And its previous iterations were literally just updates based on, maybe there's a new development, or maybe Boston installed a new bike lane on our border. So small changes, not like whole new plans. So it's really just been the same plan more or less the whole time. Of course, updated if we ever did build something, but I think that, what this really helps us do is prioritize, for one, which are the streets that are most important. And the cost estimates are really a major component of this as well. I hear what you're saying, and I think making a multimodal plan, I think it would be difficult. You just don't really see a lot of precedent for that out there. Often plans do have kind of a, not narrow focus, but a specific goal in mind. And then, our jobs as engineers is to take all of those goals and try to find, with the help of the public, of course, to find a balance, like we've done with all our public process on Washington Street. There's a lot going on. We don't have a lot of space to do it within, but we want to know the goals of the various people involved in the various uses. And this is one way to kind of clarify and ground truth the bike goals.
Okay, I heard Amy say that she can come back at a future date. addressing some of the issues, not all, but some of the issues that the select board has raised. Paul?
Yeah, I actually heard no. I heard, this is going to be a bike plan. We're not going to do a multimodal plan. And this is what, so I'm inclined to just not support the contract. And at a future date, if we can come back with a plan for multimodal, I would support it, but this plan, I'd like to move no action.
David?
I agree with Paul. If we're not going to have a multimodal plan, then what's the point of having more siloed efforts? And I brought this up in other contexts, to have one plan that's only looking at the interests of bicycle advocates, another plan that only looks at the interests of pedestrians, another one at traffic, another one at this, at that, and the other. At some point, you have to integrate them. And if you're not integrating from the start, that seems very inefficient. And then it just becomes a contest of which committee, which study has the most momentum behind it, or the greatest return on investment potential in terms of receiving state funds. Or I would rather that we take the approach that we integrate from the start. I think that would be far more efficient and effective. And if that's not the direction staff is comfortable in going in, then I agree we shouldn't be pursuing this particular study further.
Yeah, give us some direction here.
Ultimately, it is the decision of the board. And I
Well,
think
the
this
decision of the board is not go
right.
forward.
And that's fine. So I think, I think Amy has said, right, the how this tends to work in practice is that we do, by virtue of how these things operate, we can either look at specific projects at a multimodal level, or we can look at the broader picture of, if what we want is, protected bike transportation townwide, what does that look like as a practical matter? And then we take that we take that plan into consideration when balancing out what projects do we select, how do we plan multimodally in those instances. I think that's what's being said here. So, but I take your point. I think it's, and if the board is saying that's not the approach we want to take, that's fine.
We can either reject the contract or just not vote.
We can, and I would suggest you not vote and, give us time to come back and discuss the rationale for it, but not necessarily keep going back to the well with something with an approach that you fundamentally don't agree with. Because I don't think that's a good use of your time or staff's time.
Just to save us a whole lot of time, because what you just said was your direction to have them come back and see if they can convince us some more. I would like to move no action on the contract. And then if they want to go back and create a new contract or a different scope, bring it back. But this contract, no. So I'd like to just move no
Paul?
action.
I'm sorry, David.
I just want to offer the example of the comprehensive planning committee. So that is broad in scope, looking at land use. And to me, that's a much more appropriate approach for the issues we're facing in almost any capacity. And there can certainly be subcommittees within that. But I think if you're not considering all factors and interests from the outset, you're just going to have competing studies later on that don't produce anything.
Well, I take your point. However, I would say the comprehensive plan is a 3-year process, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And at the end of it, it produces 0 actual zoning. The actual zoning that's going to come out of the comp plan is an entirely different process. So I take your point. I do, but I think you do run the risk of saying, if we want it all, then you risk inertia. Right. I think that was the concern that people raised about the comp plan in the first place. And I think the comp plan committee has done a really good job avoiding that by demonstrating that, no, the comp plan is not an excuse for no action. It is a broad roadmap towards future action. But if all we say is we want the best, we want a full comprehensive analysis of this or nothing, we may get nothing.
Okay, so Paul, why don't you make a motion and we'll see what happens.
And I'm trying to be very respectful of staff. I'm trying to send up smoke signals that bring back a multimodal plan. The answer is no.
You're saying that we should vote no action as opposed to
Well,
just not taking it up.
if staff will hear the message that we want a more comprehensive review of multiple uses on the roadway as part of this plan, then we don't have to make a motion. Just say, we hear that, we'll bring back something different. But what Amy said is, no, we're not going to do multimodal. We're going to bring only a bicycle. That's what I heard. So I'm not sure what to do with that.
So I think maybe what you do is you move no action on this for now, and
Okay.
that we, if
Please come back.
that's, if staff has heard your direction.
Okay.
We want something more multimodal.
So I move no action on that.
If we can do that, we will. If we can't, we'll explain why.
Okay, so we're killing this contract.
For now.
Yeah. For now, what do you mean for now?
Well, I mean, yes, you're killing this. We will.
When you're
it's-
dead, you're
it's-
dead.
Right, no, it's not coming back in this, we hear you.
Okay, then I'll move, what am I moving?
No
Well,
action.
No action.
Paul Smith just moved it.
Okay, all in favor of no action, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Michael Sin,
Abstain?
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and David Croman.
Aye.
And that chair is going to abstain too. Okay, so we've killed the contract.
Thank you, Eddie.
We could bring it back next week.
All right.
Zombie contract.
Thank you. Amy.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Next, departmental budget reviews. We're going to start off with the library. I think the interim director, Danielle Seven, is going to be speaking. Is that true?
Actually, the interim director is under the weather, is still online with us, but the interim deputy director, Ryan Brennan, is online and will
Okay.
be presenting.
And we've asked you to, among other things, focus on our goals and objectives and whether there is anything in your area that speaks to them.
Great. I just want to
Okay, so
thank.
Ryan Brennan.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So I just want to thank Select Board for allowing me to discuss the library's budget for fiscal year 26. My name is Ryan Brennan. I'm the interim assistant director. I also want to recognize we have a number of trustees on the call tonight. I want to thank them for being here and just for being such great stewards of the library and being really supportive of library staff. As in past years, the library has been very busy this year. I do also want to recognize that we've faced some internal challenges at the library. We have a new workflow at our Brookline Village location after installing an automated materials handler in July. We've also seen a bit of turnover with 12 full-time positions and 14 part-time positions. So change is normal in any workplace, but I do want to acknowledge that it can take a toll on staff. We continue to operate all three of our locations, though, for 63 hours a week, 7 days a week during this transition time. I wanted to, this is library for fiscal year 24 by the numbers. I'll try to give you a little bit of context on some of these. So we welcomed 546,000 visitors in fiscal year 24, which was up from 470,000 the previous fiscal year, or about a 16% increase in our foot traffic. We circulated over 814,000 physical materials, which remains the fourth highest in the Commonwealth. Additionally, we circulated over 243,000 ebooks and audiobooks, which is an increase of over 16.5%. And we've offered over 1,400 programs with 32,000 people in attendance, which was actually a 23% increase from the previous fiscal year of 26,000. And we met all of our annual goals and completed 4 action items. So these are some of the action items that we completed in fiscal year 24. So the first was implementing some results and recommendations from a diversity audit of our collection the previous year. That included a survey for the public and a resource document for our professional librarians to help increase our collection diversity. We also developed a number of program opportunities for neurodiverse patrons. This included sensory story times. We've had silent book clubs. We also expanded access to the library at Brookline's public housing community. This included outreach from our librarians, going over our electronic resources and discussing with residents what it's available to them. And then we also continued to deliver library materials to homebound patrons. And I think is evident about the kind of folks that live in Brookline is initially when we started, we had more volunteers that wanted to deliver materials than signups. That's evened out since, but that's been great as well. So our fiscal year 25 objectives that are in our strategic plan, we we're going to continue to support K through 12 education and lifelong learning, focusing on STEAM, so science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math, and also literacy. Continue to partner with organizations in Brookline and beyond to increase the reach of library collections, programs, and services, especially to those who are unfamiliar with what the library does. And implementing library-wide strategy for equity and inclusion that will include deliberate practices to increase diversity both within the organization and in our collections, programs, and services, and to increase opportunities for citizens to engage with library staff, collections, programs, and services without having to visit any of our locations. Some of the action items that we have in progress for the current fiscal year is we're organizing an art walk that's going to coincide with Brookline Village Arts Festival on May 3rd, and we'll start at both our Coolidge Corner and Brookline Village locations. We're working on some after-hours programming at the library. We've got a trivia night planned for Coolidge Corner and some programming for the kiddos at Brookline Village. We've also been promoting our library resources and digital resources all year long in social media by doing outreach, doing some instruction as well. And then we're also working on a collection strategy and a policy for our Library of Things collection for now and going forward. I want to talk a little bit about library certification. So in order to be certified by MBLC, we have to meet a number of requirements each fiscal year. So we have to meet the municipal appropriation requirement, which requires us to fund our library collections at 12% of our budget, meet a number of minimum standards for free public library service, which includes our open hours for each year. And then we also fill out an annual report and additional forms to show compliance. And then with that, we get state aid, which is about $100,000, among other benefits like our delivery system and things like that. And the municipal appropriation requirement, what that is the average of 3 years of our municipal appropriation by 2.5%. And the fiscal year 26 budget, it's a modest increase, but it does fund the library to meet the municipal appropriation requirement. And that's all I've got, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Pardon me?
I thought that was nicely done.
Yes, I agree. I do have two questions, though. In building maintenance, I assume building maintenance is performed by the building department. But there's a amount in your budget for $30,153 for building maintenance. Is that, I mean, I assume your building maintenance is greater than that. Do you know offhand what it, pardon me?
Is it custodial, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm asking, yeah.
So it does, the funding does go to the buildings department for the maintenance. Danielle, let me know.
Yeah.
Some of that is custodial requirements and upkeep
Okay.
there, you know,
Mhm.
where possible, right? You know, because of the way that state funding works, some of the library budget is, some of the budget for that money amount is covered in the library budget, and some of it is covered as part of the building department's budget.
Okay. How you're gonna be suffering cuts from federal through the state, federal sources through the state. How is that going to impact the library in ways that people will see?
So the biggest impacts I think it'll have is on our Commonwealth catalog, which is largely funded by federal funding. So what the Commonwealth catalog is, it's outside of our regular library network that allows patrons across the Commonwealth basically to get materials from anywhere in the state. So a good example is academic materials from universities in Massachusetts and those sorts of things. That's largely funded by that. The other thing is our statewide database resources, which I believe we had more than 9 million full text downloads of articles last year, and that's largely used by our schools in the Commonwealth. About 60% of the usage is from the schools. Along with that, so the actual state aid is funded in the state budget and under statute, but a lot of the folks that administer the program at the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners are at least partially funded by federal funding. And lastly, I think the other impact would be federal funding widely funds LEA, which stands for Library eBooks and Audiobooks, which is a statewide initiative that allows our citizens to access any of the ebook consortiums in the state. So that would include Boston, that includes, the libraries on the South Shore and everywhere in the Commonwealth. We're able to access those ebook collections from all those networks. And it also gives us additional funding network level to do some initiatives with our ebooks, including like world languages and diversifying our collection. So I think that's obviously there's a lot up in the air, but those are kind of the biggest impacts that we expect, and it would start next fiscal year.
Thank you. Paul?
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have two questions. The first is related to compensation. So the libraries went through a period of challenging retention period, I think. And part of that was compensation. I noticed that your budget's actually completely flat in total, but also specifically with compensation. I'm curious, how are we doing with retention? How are we able to keep compensation flat where I think every other department in town is getting some 2% or something?
So I would say primarily with having so many new staff, they start at the first step in most cases. So I think that has to do with no real increase there. And also waiting on contract negotiations, of course.
Okay. And then my second question relates to the libraries being used as cooling centers during heat emergencies. I believe, and I could be wrong here, I'm asking, that if there's a heat emergency outside of the operating hours of the libraries are not made available as cooling centers. Is that true?
That's true at this point, yes.
So I guess my ask would be, and this is probably more for Chaz, that, that the libraries are really a critical place, I think, given that they are distributed throughout the town. And, what would we need to do to make them accessible for as cooling centers during the heat emergencies that we seem to be increasingly having?
I'll speak with the emergency management team on that.
Okay, because I assume we'd have to staff them. Someone would have to be in the building.
That's right.
Right,
So
which is really
money.
very, right?
Well, but yeah, I think
And money to staff them.
that is part of it. But I also think there may be some mechanical concerns there, but I'm not sure. So let me take that back to the emergency
Okay.
management team and I will get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
David?
I have a couple questions. So the youth services sub-program, to what extent do you integrate those services and or coordinate with the public schools of Brookline?
So yeah, our youth services librarians coordinate with them in a number of ways. So they do a lot of school tours, a lot of creating library cards for students all at the same time to make sure they know what's available there and that they can use us after school. And also we get the summer reading lists from the schools every year and make sure that we have everything in the collection and then some to make sure they're available for students. We've also in the past year started increasing the size of our decodables collection to kind of support literacy curriculum in the schools. So we've added a significant number of materials there. So yeah, I would say those are some of the biggest ways.
All right, thank you. And my other question is regarding the tools library. So you referenced that in the introductory section that you have. Are there a lot of people, of course, are aware that libraries are where you find books and to an extent movies and DVDs as well. They don't necessarily expect that you can rent tools, and I think that's a great resource we have. Are there any other innovations that the libraries are looking at?
So, I mean, we circulate a number of other, pieces of technology or library of things items. I think the other big ones for us are hotspots to kind of increase internet access, and also, Chromebooks and other technology that folks might not be able to access otherwise. We're always kind of looking for new things that we think would be helpful and effective for the public. So, for example, within the last year, we added CO2 detectors, air quality monitors that we got with a grant from the National Network of Libraries of Medicine. So yeah, we're always looking for items that might be prohibitively expensive or things that citizens might use once or twice, and try to kind of focus a lot of the efforts in that way.
If it's a high value item, like a Chromebook, for instance, do you have any policy to ensure its return that goes beyond the policy for books, or is it the same?
For Chromebooks, it's the same. For something like the tool library, there is a waiver that is initially filled out just once, the first time somebody accesses it.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No, not here. Okay. Okay, thank you. Very
Thank you.
helpful. Okay. Next, human resources and benefits. I see Ann Braga is approaching the podium.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ann Braga. I'm the HR director for the town of Brookline. I'm here to present the fiscal 26 HR budget. And following that, Melissa will provide information on the personnel benefits component. So just an overview of employee demographics. At the end of 2019, we have the circular pie chart that shows our gender diversity as well as our racial diversity, followed by the grid for our 2024 and 2023 employees. I do want to note that much of the increase from 23 to 24 reflects the change for the part-time library employees to go from a part-time non-benefited role to being represented by AFSCME. So while they may not receive benefits, they are covered under a collective bargaining agreement, which will be negotiated shortly. One of the things that was discussed when we provided information on the demographics earlier in the year was a question around what is a good retention rate. And I think Paul asked that question earlier. So I did some research on that, and any retention rate under 10% in the public sector, where it is something that is not related to retirement, is good. And obviously the lower, the better as far as retention goes. Based on removing the retirees from our 12.9 or 13.2% turnover rate, we are at a little under 8%, or a little under 9%, I'm sorry, as far as turnover for non-retirees. So that would be folks who move or change positions, as well as those who might have been either discharged or left service for another reason. The next, in response to the questions that were provided, the top activities for fiscal 25, I will note that we are and have been busier than ever with job reclassifications, the new process that we outlined for departments to do that, as well as looking at reviewing and streamlining our new hire process in order to reduce our time to hire, and an extensive amount of time in coaching and counseling managers and employees on a variety of issues, not always disciplinary in nature, but being able to support employees or managers in being able to improve both the performance of their division or part of the organization, as well as just addressing issues that employees might have come up during the year. For fiscal 26, we do have an expectation to be able to continue the work from the current year and develop and implement an exit interview process for employees leaving town service, as well as continuing our policy and benefits review, particularly getting moving and expanding on the harassment policy, which we did in 2024, and looking at our IT policies, particularly around AI and some of those tools that are coming out, so that we have a vetted process, and we are working with Fong Yang in IT to be able to both beta test some of those as well as make sure that the policies are reflective of current state of affairs. Where have we been and where are we going? I'm not going to go through all of these, but this is in 4 areas: classification and compensation. We are at about 90% or more in the override funded class and comp review and upgrades. We have dealt with ripple effects, looked at internal and external equity. We are now working through the DPW class and pay review. And as part of our collective bargaining processes, looking at comparator analysis. Training and development, we are expanding our use of our new learning management system, which is NeoGov Learn, and continuing our collaboration with a variety of stakeholders and employees and departments across a broad array of issues, including our review of language access for our policies, and then just a repeat on the policy notation on what we're looking to be able to do in the next year. Investigations, just a update on these. We had 15 unique investigations last calendar year, and as of early March, we were at 4 for this year. This does not include repeated complaints about or by the same person. Fiscal 26 budget, there really isn't much that's different. We are on the receiving end of the transfer of the generalist or investigator position from town council's office to assist with both HR duties as well as investigations as they come in, to expand our bandwidth for complex investigations. And if we were to have sort of I don't want to say a run on the process, but if we have multiple complaints going on at the same time. Our budget also reflects the additional cost for 2 cell phones and corrected funding for our applicant tracking software and a replacement of a COVID loaner laptop. New activities, increased investigation capacity, the exit interview process, and continued expansion of NeoGov. Other budget considerations related to what we look at is vacation leave liabilities exceeding $4 million, with the value of vacation exceeding the vacation caps being about 2.3 million. And that is 160 employees that are benefit eligible are over their vacation cap as defined either by town policy or for collective bargaining agreements. Comp time is valued at $2 million for police department only. And just a notice on sick time, because all employees receive a maximum of $5,000 upon separation, that valuation would be $3.5 million if everyone were to go out at the same time. Just a notation for police and fire, those additional stipends on a prorated basis when people leave, whether it's for retirement or to pursue another position, include Quinn and Asher. And we are continuing to work with departments and unions to have employees work on their use of accrued time to both improve well-being for our employees as well as reduce injuries. Long-term goals, continue to work on making Brookline an employer of choice through our policies and development for employees, improving the new hire experience, including reducing time to hire. There are more and more in the current market where employees or applicants go from applying, interview, job offer, sometimes within a week. I don't know that we in the public sector can meet that kind of timeframe. And we are looking to improve our support for employees and managers across a diverse array of topics. And then one of the last questions that you asked is, what if? So no holds barred, ideal world. Look at provide continuing services to employees and managers through dedicated staff
2 minutes.
technology. Integrating technology solutions. So right now, a lot of our technology is from a variety of different software and programs. They don't always talk to each other. And having staff bandwidth to develop and implement more transformational HR policies and programs. And just a thank you to our incredible staff, Leslie, Jennifer, Kayla, Tim, and Kimi, for all that they do, where we support both town and school for many functions, as well as retirees and active employees. And I will take your questions.
Thank you. Very helpful. Any questions? David?
I noticed that for FY 26, there's the addition of an investigator to the HR department, and that wasn't present from FY 23 through 25. Can you elaborate on the need for that, the role of the investigator?
So if you go back to the slide on investigations, you'll see a significant increase through several of the years. And what I tried to identify is the complexity. So an investigation, some folks might think it's just one individual issue related to one person. And what we're seeing is more complex issues and more individuals who are involved, either as witnesses or who are either the objects of the investigation. And so the time commitment to do the investigation appropriately has been taking more bandwidth. And so this was a conversation in the previous fiscal year about where that investigator would be housed. And the initial discussion in fiscal 25 was to have the investigator housed in town council's office, with additional review and discussion with town administrator's office is putting that investigator position in the HR office. I know that you've had conversations with Joe Callanan around the municipal hearing officer. So an original plan was to have a combination investigator, municipal hearing officer. And so we've made a bit of a pivot to be able to address those issues in different ways.
Will this investigator also collaborate on the school side HR?
I don't know that we have with this investigator that the school HR investigations will be handled by this investigator. I think that's a conversation for a later date and potentially around shared services between town and schools.
Yeah, I will say that the shared services conversation is accelerating, at least on our end. So wherever possible, we would like to be helpful to the schools and do this. And Ann and I have had those conversations. Joe and I have had those conversations. I think we're furthest along with town council, and that's probably where we're going to see things move, hopefully first. Again, in partnership with the schools, so it requires us to have that conversation as part of town school partnership. But HR is close behind there, and we want to evaluate what the services are over there currently and how they're going.
Paul?
Thank you, Ann. A quick question. Under salaries, there's a line item called offset.
Yes.
Could you describe what that is?
Sure. So part of what we do in townside HR includes injured on duty and workers' compensation, health insurance, and unemployment compensation. And those have specific funds within the town budget. And so half of Leslie's, the assistant HR director's salary is covered under the workers' comp account because she directly supervises the leave and disability specialist. The salary for the leave and disability specialist who deals with IOD and workers' comp, both town and school side, is covered under the workers' comp fund. Our employee and labor relations manager manages both town and school unemployment. So a portion of her salary is covered by the unemployment comp fund, and Kayla Tolino's position, which is our benefits administrator for both town and schools, is covered under the health insurance trust.
So it's basically a credit to you because it's funded from another account.
Correct. It's a chargeback if you want to look at it.
And
that way.
I'm terrible at math here, so I'm going to butcher this, but So you've had one headcount increase from like 2023 to 2026,
Correct.
but it looks like the compensation it's not doubling, but it was I know these are line items, but there was 360 permanent full-time. Then the next year it went to 611 in 2025. 2026 it went to 701. I'm trying to understand that increase in compensation, but yet we haven't added any headcounts.
So we had some vacancies between 2023 and 2026. Currently, we are in month 6 of a vacancy in our leave and disability specialist. We also had a vacancy for the position. So we originally had an HR assistant in 2023, and we converted that position into a learning and development coordinator. So while you don't see a change in headcount, the positions changed as far as the classification as well as headcount. So we had a vacancy, we had to get budget approval for the position. It was a partial year budget approval. So we did that halfway through as we were bringing in our LMS for learning and development. And we also have one of our positions is while it is technically a full-time position, the employee does not work full-time hours.
Okay. So maybe, and I can dig into this with you offline, but I'm still having a hard time with the numbers. So in FY 24, permanent full-time salaries were 360,000. FY 25, it's 660,000. It's $300,000 increase. In FY 26, it's now 760,000. I mean, this is,
I'll get back to you on that.
and you're saying that it's because these were positions that weren't staffed and now they're being staffed?
Some of them were not staffed. We also had reclassification. So we did do an upgrade on department heads as well as the non-union positions. So the assistant HR director was reclassified from a T10 to a T13. As we did.
This is a good conversation for offline.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mike.
So there's a table in here of HR measurement, and it's alphabetical. So in here are, for example, the number of query checks that were done last year, 1,950, or you're projecting for this year, 1,950, and the number of union contracts, 7, and the amount of dollars for workman's compensation claims, 2,300,000. And then it's added up at the bottom, the 7, the 2,300,000, the 1,950 are all added up and comes up to 5,238,209.9. And honestly, that number that doesn't mean anything. And so hold on just a sec. Okay. So I want to help you here, and maybe help us or help a future select board. It would be great if you could organize that table, not alphabetically, but by type of activity. So there are a number of things where you're spending money. That's a useful total to have. If you add in the number of query checks with the amount of dollars you're spending, the number of query checks is, it's not even a rounding error. So if you could categorize these things and then total the categories, I think it would be a much easier to digest and much more useful set of measures, not just for us, but for that matter for you as the department director. Is that helpful? I hope so.
I agree with you. This is something where we provide the information to the finance team who merges it with OpenGov. So that can be a conversation that we'll have with them as far as organizing the metrics. And I appreciate
assume
the
it's an
information.
Excel spreadsheet, so somebody could go through it and just move things around. Really,
I'm not sure specifically how the data is merged with OpenGov and producing the budget book, but I will
You get
speak
the
with
point.
Charlie and Melissa. I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, John.
Thank you, Ann. So, every year, understandably, doing something to reduce the number of injuries is an objective of the department. That's a good thing. how did we do this year in terms of reducing the number of injuries?
So we have reduced the number, particularly in the fire department, reduced the number of folks injured on duty. As far as what I'll call transactional injuries. So somebody tweaks an ankle getting off a fire truck. Counterbalancing to that, we have had additional employees being diagnosed with cancer. So under the presumption law for both active employees as well as retirees, that has taken a bigger chunk. So if you're looking at the IOD medical expenditures, we're starting to see the impact of the legislative change for IOD cancer presumption for firefighters. So where we've had our sort of short-term injuries, we've been able to get folks back more rapidly. We also, in our last collective bargaining agreement with the fire department, made the provision for modified duty more flexible for the chief to be able to bring folks back. It used to say in the collective bargaining agreement that only if you could definitively say that the employee would be back to full duty within 30 days, could you assign them to modified duty. And that was challenging at best. So we've had more flexibility with that based on our last contract. And we are working on the non-public safety side, in particular with Public Works, around the issues of injuries in the different divisions. So the Public Works has a health and safety officer. They too had a vacancy for that for part of the year. But making sure that new employees are trained regularly on health and safety, that they're wearing the appropriate footwear. And they're AFSCME employees, so they get compensation for boots and things like that. And we have, where needed, sent people home because they've shown up in sneakers and they're out working in parks or, running lawnmowers or whatever the case may be. I do believe that we'll see a further decrease in injuries with the contracting out of sanitation, because one of our highest areas of injury is in sanitation for the folks who get off the truck and throw trash into the vehicles. So I'd expect to see that come down further. And our hope is that the next person who comes in as leave and disability specialist for our department will be able to take more of a lead on town-wide health and safety around injuries and taking a different way of looking at prevention.
Yeah, great, thanks.
I have one last question, one question. We'll see if it's the last one. So we've been talking about combining the functions of school and town department.
Sure.
Including HR. Are there impediments to that? I mean, legal requirements, for example, I don't know what they would be, but legal requirements, skill sets. What are the difficulties of actually doing that?
So one of the main differences between town and school HR is review and tracking of teacher certification under the standards for the state for certification, as far as licenses, how long employees can have a provisional license versus making sure that they've got their professional license and those tracking of appropriate continuing education. They have somebody that does that on the school side. Many of the other functions are similar. And so those other functions, as far as leave administration, we obviously already do health insurance, we do workers' comp, we do unemployment comp. So we do many of the functions that currently, if it were completely separate, the school department would have to be doing on their own. I also meet weekly with the school HR director to talk about issues that cross over. So we have a good working relationship on things that are of issue. And they have different compliance requirements for certifications, as well as not specifically ethics, but they have to do certain training for the teacher and staff side. And obviously they have different bargaining agreements with BEU and AFSCME.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very helpful. Next, we're gonna have,
Melissa on for benefits.
oh, I'm sorry. Melissa, talk to us about benefits.
Hello, I have just something to screen share to help us walk through the benefit budgets. Okay, so what you have here are the revised benefit numbers for fiscal 26. The one change that we had since the financial plan came out is the changes to the group health insurance based on the GIC rates, which essentially brought that number down by about $300,000. So you can see that our pension schedule, we're looking to increase the budget by $582,120. In fiscal 25, we did use some free cash, so that is kind of a lower than average increase to the pension line item. For group health, we're at $41.9 million, which reflects the rates adopted by the GIC a couple months ago. Our OPEB funding is about $4.9 million. We are pausing the annual 250 inflator that we have been putting on in the OPEB trust. Last year, we were able to infuse that with some free cash, so that's why you see the drop between 25 and 26. Same thing with the accrued time trust. We were able to use some free cash to create that program. We'll see how the activity is in fiscal 26 and then potentially could make some recommendations in fiscal 27. Group life insurance is level funded, as is disability insurance, as is workers' compensation trust fund. These are just transfers into the trust. Public safety IOD, we had provided some enhanced funding in fiscal 25, bringing that back down to $350,000 in fiscal 26. Unemployment at this point, there's sufficient fund balance in the unemployment trust that we are not making a recommendation for additional funding, although both this and the group health insurance budgets are likely to change given the activity on the school side in terms of position reductions and things like that. And then Medicare payroll tax essentially changes with wages, and that is projected to grow by about 6.7% for an increase of $212,000.
Okay. Any questions?
I have questions.
John?
Thank you, Melissa. So I'm just going to home in on pensions and group health. Because my understanding every year after year has been that we're on a path towards eliminating unfunded liabilities that is requiring us to do substantial increases in those items year to year, and this seems to show the opposite. So, am I missing something? Or just misreading this?
So in fiscal 25, the pension number is inflated by $2 million of free cash, which is not carrying forward into fiscal 26. So budget to budget, it looks like the growth is less. But if you take free cash out of the equation, the pension schedule grows by about 7.85% annually. So the free cash just kind of masks that. In terms of group health, what we end up doing is we kind of recalibrate the base and then we apply the GIC rates. So although the GIC rates were a little bit higher based on the activity and where people are in their plans, the actual growth is about 10.2%.
So are we on path to
So
with the
OPEBs are
commitments that
different
we
from
said we had
group
made
health.
to, huh?
OPEBs are different from group health. So our
Yeah.
our OPEB funding, currently we provide 250 annually, but we are part of what you see in the group health budget is the cost of retiree group health. And so trying to fund OPEBs is a way to try and essentially create a system similar to the pension schedule, where we would like to, once we're done with the pension obligations, and we're projected to be done in 2030, divert that funding into the OPEB schedule so that we don't have this large we're kind of paying as we go with the group health obligations for retirees, but being able to create a system that allows us to have some funding available to address it is what we would like to do going forward after we're done with the pension obligation.
Okay, thanks.
Paul.
Yep, and thank you, Melissa. The group health number, how do we compare in the amount that our employees contribute to group health versus other municipalities? Have we done that? Are we high? Are we low? Are we in the middle?
So I think we're on the high end in terms of what we've been, in our peer communities. When we entered the GIC, the incentive that we used to get into the GIC was to bring the rate, the split up. Before we were in the GIC, our split was 75-25. And as a way to incentivize the PEC to agree to go into the GIC, that shifted up to the 83-17 that we're currently in. We were one of the early communities to join the GIC, so the rules for joining were different, and the threshold for joining lowered a few years after we were in, so that we probably, hindsight's 2020, but the 83-17 we may not have needed to do had we waited a few years and kind of gone along with these other communities that were able to join with a lower threshold for entry. But from my understanding and talking to other communities and some of the research that we do with the bargaining teams for collective bargaining, I think we're at the higher end in terms of what is offered.
Jeff,
Okay.
can I ask
Yeah.
a follow-up? And you could probably do the math quicker than me. What does that percentage change mean to the cost of the town? Do you know how many millions of dollars it was?
I think I'm trying to remember what a point represents, and I think it's somewhere around, it's close to 300,000 for a shift in the percentage.
Okay, so that would be 2.1, about 2.1 million.
Yeah, we've done this stuff a couple of different ways, and we know, so we're trying to nail down as we have these discussions more broadly what a shift to 80-20 looks like, what a shift to 75-25 looks like, because it's a little more complicated than the back of the envelope calculations we've been doing. So we're trying to work with our group health
Health
consultant.
insurance consultant. Yeah.
And this would all have to go through collective bargaining? And
Yes. There's I think it's a weighted 70% of all the bargaining groups that are in the GIC would need to agree.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Recreation Department, and I see Tim Davis approaching the podium. Our interim or our Recreation Director.
Our recreation, no.
Permanent. All right, good evening, everybody. Tim Davis, Recreation Director for the town. Thank you for having me. I'm joined here tonight by Aaron Friedman on Zoom as well, our Assistant Director, who will help in any questions if I cannot answer. Let's see if we're working. So just an overview of the department as a refresher. The Recreation Department is spread out across the entire town. Our main building and our main activities do come out of the Elliott Recreation Center at 130 Elliott, where we see 10 of our full-time employees. This again is our main hub of all recreation activities. That's where all of our programmers work out of, our administrators work out of. Every registration that comes through and goes out, every program that's planned, every permit that's granted, every field that is given out to a group or the schools comes through Elliott Street. So that is our main building. From there, we have the Evelyn Crane Aquatic Center over on Tappan Street, our full-size aquatic center, home to 5 full-time employees, as well as 100+ part-time seasonal employees that fluctuates throughout the seasons. From there, we do operate the Sewell Early Education Center on Hammond Street, where we operate 4 full-time preschool classrooms, home to 2 of our full-time administrators, 6 full-time teachers, and then 11 part-time teachers as well. Our jewel of the town of the golf course over on the West Roxbury Parkway, Robert T. Lynch Golf Course, at Putterham, at Brookline Golf Course, whatever you want to call it at this point. Home to our 6 full-time employees and 40 seasonal staff, where we are just kicking off our season. And then, of course, the skating rink up at Lars Anderson that we operate fully out of the recreation department. So across town, all of our employees, as you see represented here, making sure that the work gets done. Going over our accounts, again, as a refresher, the recreation department is unique when it comes to the town, as we operate out of 3 different accounts. The main one being tax fund of the operating account, operating budget, which is mainly management salaries, so non-union full-time salaries, as well as supply lines for assistance with operating the pool. So supplies, maintenance supplies, water supplies, things that we need to make sure that that facility stays up and running and safe. Our revolving account, which is our main hub for financing everything that the recreation department does, mainly around programming. This is the self-supporting fund. So every program fee that is charged and brought in pays that expense that is attached to the programming. But it is also home to our full-time programming staff, as well as hundreds of part-time salaries across all programming of the town. This budget also supports the Sewell Early Ed Center that we just spoke about, as well as the seasonal rink for Lars. And then lastly, the golf course fund, which is the enterprise account, which again is the self-supporting fund that covers all operations, staff, supplies, everything, soup to nuts of the golf course. And we will run through them quickly with some high-level changes that we're speaking about. So general fund request for the operating budget is modest at 2%. The main increase there is salaries of the full-timers that I spoke about to cover the step raises and longevity of our employees. We had pretty significant decreases in the general fund operating budget this year, mainly with utility assumptions going into next fiscal year, as well as lowering our maintenance supplies from the pool, again, projecting out what we believe is needed over at the pool. And that account is also those monies that were taken out of operating were encumbered for safety in the revolving account in the event that we do actually need that funding for the pool. So again, just a 2%, no increase of staffing on the full-time level with that. Our revolving account, as mentioned, being our biggest account, we're looking at an 8% increase in expenses. All of the expenses of the increase are directly tied to service. So I want to point that out, in programming increases. As mentioned, full-time, part-time salaries are coming out of there. Our biggest increase is the part-time salary line. This is because of the expansion of programming specific to summer. This summer, we will be introducing longer hours, expanded hours for our summer camp program. So offering more childcare options for parents, longer day. Obviously, a longer day comes with more staff hours costs more. So that is our biggest increase, with $135,000 out of that 371 increase. We are going to be introducing new recreation registration software this year. So that is the other modest increase coming in, just over $31,000. We will be moving away from the current software that is not, quite frankly, meeting the needs of our department. So we will be introducing and launching a new software to the public this summer to take its place. Bus services, bus rentals continue to increase. So that's reflected in the increase. And then just general rec services. We have a continued initiative of expanding our vendor programs. So these are programs that come from outside businesses and outside vendors, after-school programs, enrichment programs. Those go across from entertainers at Sewell for the kids in the classrooms to the program room up at Tappan and at the pool, and then spread across the town in general. So we are planning on an increase of service there, which is great. And then, as you just heard prior, just our intergov transfers, mainly of benefits that obviously increase, that we absorb for those full-timers that are located in the revolving account. And then lastly, the enterprise fund, again, the self-supporting fund for the golf course is seeing our largest increase of 11%, with 3 main things sticking out that I wanted to call attention to. One, this year, we are putting in a light item for golf course improvements. So we are looking to take measures for preventative maintenance, for maintaining a lot of the improvements that the course is going through right now through the master plan. We want to ensure that we have funds allocated and encumbered so that if something is cause for worry or something is needing our attention, that Justin and his maintenance team can tackle that head on without trying to, or preventing, the biggest goal is preventing future capital need or elevated capital needs of the course, especially with how much the town is generously putting in. So that is a line item that we are looking to carry so we can, again, tackle projects head on the golf course as well as the clubhouse. The bonds for the capital projects for the master plan are going online. So we have that expense going in, and then our full-time employee salaries and benefits, again, are increasing. General increases are across all supplies for agricultural maintenance. And then just to point out, again, master plan implementation has begun. So we're actually saving some costs now that that's in play with the engineer services no longer needed. Contractor costs for the planning piece of it are no longer needed. So that is taken out. And then just a note on the bottom there that we did for the first time in 3 to 4 years now increase green fees to help offset or help cover these increases. But those increases are only for non-resident fees. So the resident fees have stayed the same for use of the golf course. So we're seeing a slight uptick for non-resident to be competitive and a slight increase for the driving range to cover those expenses. Going through some accomplishments, kind of spread across the town. We have a lot of sites, so a whole bunch of accomplishments that we're super proud of. The main one being the investment that we've made in our staff.
2 minutes.
Aaron and myself have dedicated a lot of time in growing our staff internally to help with the retention rate, but also expose everybody to as much as we can. That we saw come to fruition this past year, where we were awarded the Agency of the Year Award for the Massachusetts Recreation Parks Association, as well as the Therapeutic Recreation Award for our certified rec therapist, Melanie, in office, which was wonderful. Our equity initiative, as everybody's very aware of, came to a conclusion in last calendar year. As a response to that, we have updated our financial aid policy to continue their equity offerings internally without ARPA funding. So we're very proud that was built internally by staff to implement. So we're very excited to put that into play. Continued wide trainings and goal setting, and then implementation of a marketing as well as policy and procedure committee that was much needed. On the capital side, as mentioned, master plan implementation has begun. We're about 90% done with permitting. We'll be going out to bid in the coming months, and our goal is to have shovels in the ground in the fall. Our courtyard at Sewell is going out to bid, be posted next week with a fall anticipation completion date. And then the dehumidification project pool and as well. We have a contractor signed, and that's ready to go. Programming across the board with accomplishments, participation continues to see demand and increase in numbers. We've implemented Nordic sports, winter sports at the golf course, which was extremely successful this year because of the temperatures. As mentioned, we'll be onboarding new software for the public in the summer. Working very hard at reconnecting with our partners in town, Housing Authority, Community Foundation, Brookline Mental Health, the public schools. And then just overall, I think the theme of a lot of our accomplishments and our goals is that of best practices with the department. And just jumping to those goals, as always, expansion of services to all of our residents with programming, pre-K through senior ages. Continued adoption of best practices, and what we mean by that is operationally, internally, but financially, making sure that our staff are making sound financial decisions. Continued investment in staff training, again, the software implementation, and then the last one I'll highlight is that expanded multi-use concept for rec facilities. The golf course has been a great image of that, of being able to use the golf course for non-golf activities, and we're challenging our staff to kind of look at all of our facilities across town to see what the alternative use are for it. So a lot of good energy coming out of the rec department lately. Staff is great. Staff is working hard. Super proud to be part of it. And I'll take any questions.
Great, thank you. Very interesting. David.
A question about cost recovery. So it appears that the fees that are charged cover about 83% of the expense. So there's about a $1.8 million gap. And has there been any consideration of trying to find ways to bridge that gap, or is 83% sort of what you see as the sweet spot on cost recovery?
It's an active conversation that we're having with our business manager. The implementation and the growth of cost recovery has been kind of in a holding pattern due to leadership changeover. So again, active conversation in the office that we're looking to relook at on a much deeper level this fall. So it is kind of, it's already, the conversations are happening, and our goal obviously is always to grow that to offset the need for operating.
Is there some kind of regional or national standard for recreation departments around cost recovery?
There's no, I would say, standard. I think it's a standard adopted practice. I think there's different models with different consultants and different companies, different percentages based on the towns and cities and municipalities that utilize the idea of cost recovery. It just comes down to what we feel is best for our town, what we feel is in reach, I think, of the programming and what costs we're looking to pass off to the residents of the town.
John?
How did the season go at the ice rink?
Excellent.
Yeah.
We exceeded our numbers. That was one of the things I glazed over. We exceeded our numbers for public use, for public skate, by a few thousand, which was great. We had a banner weather year with the cold.
Yeah,
So
good stretch.
took advantage of that. So public skate was up, private rentals were up, cancellations were way down. I think less than 10 days we saw cancellations this year, mainly because of rain on those kind of rainstorms we had. So overall, a very, very, very good year.
And is the move towards the replacement rink on plan at this point?
Yep. So we have a CPA application in for the design and construction documents for a new rink. So hopefully with a positive vote at town meeting, we'll get that ball rolling.
Excellent.
The process started.
Thanks,
Great.
Jim.
Paul?
Yep. Thank you for the informative presentation. The drop off for equity, are we doing, so at this point, a scholarship's not offered, or?
So scholarships are still offered.
Yep.
The gist of it is focusing on camp, because that is our biggest thing. It goes back to cost recovery. We had to look at what we can cover internally to be able to still offer free recreation for these families. Looking at summer, which is again our main chunk, we're able to offer up to 4 weeks of free camp. The reason we picked 4 weeks of cost, we felt comfortable with it, but it also matches up with the school programs of what they offer in the summer. So if a child is going to summer school and needs camp in the afternoon to fulfill that full day of childcare, we're able to offer that to complement the school on their 4-week program. Beyond that, there's still scholarship and free rec available for vendor programs, those external enrichment programs, after school programs, where you could take advantage of one a season for free. So we'll cover up to one a season for that. And then we are still looking, and then family memberships at the pool, swim lessons on the early levels are still covered for free. And that is to get to a swimmer to the point of the Red Cross where they should be comfortable swimming on their own. So still providing that essential service. So short answer, yes, we're still offering plenty of equity opportunity across all seasons and all corners of the rec department.
That's great. And my one other question is, I spend often my Saturdays watching my son play basketball at the Sewell. That building's in really terrible shape. Is that in the CIP for
So
rehabilitation or something?
Yeah, we're making incremental
Please.
improvements. No, I get it. Improvements to that. The ceiling is on our radar right now to try to get that
Bathroom
replaced
that you have
over
to
the
kind of
bathroom
walk past the heaters and
downstairs.
the junk and the.
Yeah, we're aware of the condition, and we're trying to find a solution for it.
Okay, it just needs to be torn down and a new building put up, is what I said.
Simple.
Okay, unless there are any other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
So now can we take a break?
I was just gonna say,
Oh.
7th inning stretch.
Okay.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break. You read my mind, right?
Yeah, let's.
Okay, we're back. Okay, next is information technology. And I see Fung is on the screen there.
Good evening, Chair
Good
Green,
evening, Fung.
Mr. Carey, and members of the board. Feng Yang, CIO, Information Technology Department. It is my pleasure to be here to present the FY26 IT budget. So let me share my screen. It is late, so I will try to be as brief as possible. Are you guys seeing my screen? Everything's good?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so I'll start with our large and expanding digital landscape, which you have seen this snapshot or an older version of it before. So this is the landscape we manage. And I also want to show you our dedicated, collaborative, efficient, and fun IT team. This is one of our staff meetings that I took a snapshot of. And our FY26 proposed budget is $2,654,440. That's comprised of 57.65% salaries, 31.78% services, 9.62% budgeted capital, with an increase of 6%. The three major driving factors for the change in the budget are the following. The cybersecurity principal analyst position was funded through OPERA in the past few years, and it is now built into the IT operating budget. This is very important, and thank you all for your support. And we also have standard annual software maintenance increases. During COVID, and thanks to all of your help, we were able to get some ARPA fund to upgrade our infrastructure, our data centers, our networks. So that has helped with some of the savings in our budgeted capital area. That contributed to the 6%. Let's see, very quickly, I want to share with you our key accomplishments. Number one is definitely cybersecurity. We've consistently maintained the grade A on our cyber posture scorecard. This scorecard changes, it's a continuous monitoring. So this is our external cybersecurity posture. And we continuously enhanced all aspects of our cybersecurity posture based upon NIST framework and best practices, and build a defense in-depth strategy and raise the user awareness. So if you look at our National Cybersecurity Review mature level, we have improved in all categories of the National Institute of Standard and Technology cybersecurity framework. So identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. However, this space is certainly a tremendous amount of work and also changes all the time. So we have to be vigilant all the time. Hackers only need to be right once, and we have to be right 100% of the time. So new vulnerabilities emerge all the time, and this is a continuing effort that we have to put in. So we upgraded and enhanced our networks and data center infrastructure. We established an offsite DR co-location, maintained an uptime of 99.9%. And our digital services team has worked collaboratively with the business departments to enhance workflows, develop the new online services, and improve the customer service experience and accessibility. And we utilized the new ITSM system that we put in place last year, which allowed us to efficiently triage tech support tickets, delivered customer service, successfully deployed all managed devices, and established a new baseline for services. And you asked, how do we measure our accomplishments? There are some of the stats that we traditionally use, such as uptime, which we maintained for at 99.9%. We also have some new metrics that we can use from the new system, one of which is time to resolve of a particular ticket, and also user satisfaction survey. So what you're looking at, the top chart shows our full 1 year worth of data. It's a weekly average of create to resolve in hours. And I won't dive into the details, but there's more that we can do. We can look at data and improve our operations, and we'll have a baseline to compare to. And we do after service satisfaction survey. This is automated by the system. So there are a set of questions that the user will fill out after the service. And a couple questions, for instance, how satisfied are you with the service? Out of all the responses we've received, 77% said very satisfied, 17% said satisfied, and 4% said neutral, and 2%, which are 3 responses, said dissatisfied, and 1 is blank, which they didn't fill out. So there are other questions, for instance, did the service desk effectively address your issue? So 87% said yes, 8% said left it blank, so they didn't fill out this question, and then 5% said no. So we have a lot more data that we can use to improve our operations. And I do want to also mention that we worked closely with Town Council's office and HR, revised and established the new IT policies. And I think Anne mentioned earlier in her presentation, and we are going to have that in front of the HR board at some point soon. And then after town meeting, I know you all have been, you're very busy before town meeting with budget and town meeting articles. So we're going to have the policy in front of you after town meeting for your review and approval. And we actively seek federal and state grant funding in the past few years since COVID. And I was able to secure federal and state grants amounting to $204,000. And these are all primarily used for cybersecurity platforms that, I mentioned a little bit about the defense in depth strategy. So basically this is putting up multiple layers to protect our environment. And that's the only way to deter, threats. So I do want to touch upon a little bit of Brookline's AI journey. That as you all know, and since GPT 4.0 came out in 2023, AI has been the conversation of even grandmothers, right? Not only the tech industry. So so we have been observing our environment, our computing environment. We've seen very steady increase of usage of AI by our users. And that's, from a year or so ago, 200 to 500 various different tools. This is after, firewall blocks or the malicious ones. So we dived in to understand what the risks are, particularly in the cybersecurity space. There are a lot of challenges powered by AI. More sophisticated phishing attacks, spear phishing, deep fakes, and AI hallucinations and bias, insufficient guardrails, privacy concerns. So these are all risks of the AI technology. However, it is a revolutionary technology. It's only going to get better from now on. So we definitely need to, make sure we, try to get our arms around it and see how we can use it. So last year we developed a generative AI. Generative AI is a type of AI that creates new content such as text or images or videos and music and things like that. So we developed the generative AI policy. We also developed the guidelines that are all published on the town's intranet for employees. We also have added multiple AI modules in our annual employee cybersecurity awareness training in October. And also we have added a section for AI specifically in our vendor cyber posture review. So those are in the governance space. And we are currently doing some research and identify use cases in the capacity that we can on top of other things. And we're evaluating tools. So there are a few
2 minutes.
Thank you, Tiffany. I'll wrap up very quickly. So there are a few IT-sponsored test pilots. So for instance, our communications director is using Canva AI for social media posts. We have a team of testers from IT, from town administrator staff, and also other departments testing AI companion for meeting summaries. And also we have a team of testers from IT and HR and other departments for Microsoft 365 Copilot. So our goal is to have a list of IT approved tools, but also define, really the next step is trying to define the value of initial AI use cases. AI is here to stay and it will only get better, and we need to understand what the cost is and how we use it, how we leverage it. So I asked AI to create me a word cloud for the 7 work streams of AI roadmap. And in the context, this is where your prompt engineering comes in, right? In the context for government. So here's one graph it created for me. So we need to look at AI data, AI governance, AI strategy, AI value, AI people and culture, and AI organization. So there's a lot to talk about, a lot of things we can talk about among all of us. Okay, so you asked, if we were not constrained by current budgetary limitations, would our priorities change? I don't. I don't think so. I think we still care about cybersecurity, our infrastructure, our digital services, our customer service.
If
However,
you could wrap up.
Yes, I would definitely want to establish a dedicated InfoSec division and also form an AI team and focus on exploring and leverage AI. So I will wrap up. I do want to mention that our objective next year is one of them is collaborating with departments to provide IT support in achieving the select board's objectives, because IT really is more of an enabling department. So I will end with this wonderful slide of IT activities. Our service desk techs at work, our new staff that started this year, retirement party, our holiday launching, and our Brookline Day community engagement. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Feng. Very interesting, very important. I guess one question I have is, apparently the federal government is no longer interested in security, cyber or otherwise. And I see that you got, or you received $204,000 from state and federal funding for cybersecurity. What do you see as the future, and are there ways that you can work around the federal government's lack of interest in some of these issues?
That's a great question, Bernard. And so definitely I won't be able to get that kind of grant funding in the future. That's my I think that's how I view it. And we already have experienced some of the ripple effects from the federal government cutting cybersecurity. This is really very difficult to see, because since COVID, there has been a huge infrastructure built for cybersecurity that's between federal government, state government, local government, tribal government, nonprofit organizations, for election security, for cybersecurity. That's really crumbling at this point. So for instance, Department of Homeland Security, CISA, you guys know CISA, which is the cybersecurity agency, has been cut already. Some of the, like the red team has already been cut. And so the funding for multi-state information sharing has had 50% budget cut. And they actually just this afternoon had a member call. They have 18,000 state, local, tribal entities that are members of this organization. 50% of budget is already cut. And right now they are supported by a nonprofit organization called the Center for Internet Security, but they don't know what the future is going to be. So some of the services we use from CISA and from MSISAC, they are still functioning, but we don't know what the future holds. So we're already experiencing some of these ripple effects. So there are some state grants for cybersecurity that we can still apply. There are some nonprofit, like or maybe it's a quasi-government or collaboration, like Mass Cyber Center has grants that we can apply, but the state will be affected by what the federal government is doing as well. So we're certainly going to see less grant funding that we're going to be able to receive. So I will need to be looking at what's going to be impacted for our cybersecurity, platforms. Luckily, we are working with the town administrator's office. Some of our subscriptions are a year or two out, but we're going to need to figure out, what's still going to be supported by grant funding and what we need to work into the operating budget. So we're going to need to, work that through. And also we're going to see what other funding we are able to obtain. So it really is hard to see, so the whole community is, everybody's talking about it, so.
I'm very excited about the progress that you've reported in the use of AI. And but the one thing I didn't hear, and I'm wondering if this is in the future, is in terms of the access to questions about services offered by Brookline. And if you're a Brookline resident and you're wondering, Does Brookline have services in the area of mental health? Does it have fair housing? Can it help me with a fair housing question? Is there going to be an AI tool on our landing page that gets people answers, comprehensive answers, instantly, without having to get reference to another page, and then from that page, get reference to another page, and then to another page? AI, I have found, is just fabulous at answering basic questions about town services that are not readily answered on the landing page of the website, the town website.
That's a great question, John. Certainly AI can be very useful in that space. I just want to say that there are concerns. So for instance, well, number one, it's gonna require resources to build that. And number two, there are things that we need to be concerned about. So for instance, New York City rolled out a small business portal last year with, using AI as, AI chatbot, and it was giving out illegal advice. So there are AI hallucinations and bias that we have to be careful. So, and also a lot of people are talking about users, especially, customers, residents, don't really want another chatbot. They really want to talk to someone. So some organizations are thinking about how do we provide AI assistance to the employees who are answering the calls and, enable them to be able to provide that information. But with all of that said, there's a lot of infrastructure for that to happen that's not in place yet. And the technology is also still evolving. So definitely that's where we want to be. We want to have an AI tool that can tell us a lot, aggregate a lot of the unstructured data to provide information, but we're not there yet. But that's definitely something we should discuss as a whole organization.
Thank you. Good. Mike?
A very different question. I looked at the job tickets or the support tickets that and it's an interesting list, and schools take about 60% or so of the total tickets, it looks like, which is fine. That's shared services are where I'm very pleased to see the integration that your department is providing that support. It's something that going back a few years, there was almost no integration and a lot of duplication of effort. So it's great to see that. My question is, I assume that all of that, the cost of all of that is within your budget, and then when we report it to the state, it's split out and reported to DESI as a piece of support that we provide to the schools, as opposed to its being in the school budget. Is that correct?
So yes, a lot the lines are on our side.
Yep.
Almost all the lines are on our side, although not all of them. It's complicated, and I mean, I think Fung has done a really fantastic job inheriting and trying to make work a system where, when she came in, the MOU between IT and the schools hadn't been updated since 2005.
Yeah, I know.
It's an ongoing. It's an ongoing process, as we will say. And here too, I think because we have a better sense of the needs, we're further along when it comes to a potential shared services model.
Yeah.
And that is something where I really think it's important that, especially given the breadth of the threats and the potential for cybersecurity issues, that there really needs to be a unified command structure, and it needs to be in Fung's office.
Right. Well, I absolutely, I think you've come a long way. And so my history goes back a little further than yours. And so it was considerably more, it was dysfunctional, really, early years back. But really what I'm asking about is the budget side is all where when people look at the budget, they look at the school budget and they think, well, that's all the school spends. But in fact, a fair amount of money is spent in the town operating budget. And then when we report to the state, we report that's attributed to the schools, but it's in the town's budget that this money is being spent.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Fung, for a very, did you have your hand up, John? Oh, okay. A very informative as well as interesting presentation.
Great.
Thank you, Vaughn.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Next, we have the advisory committee. And who is that going to be? Dennis Dowd?
Dennis is online.
Pardon me?
Dennis is online.
Okay.
Dennis, you've been promoted.
Ah, perfect. I didn't see any notice of that, so sorry about that. This one should be pretty simple. The advisory committee budget is for the proposed advisory committee budget for fiscal year 2026 is $31,427. It's down a whopping $25 from last year because the leased computer equipment line item has dropped slightly. The budget is comprised almost entirely of salary for the for Elisa Portia, who does yeoman's work supporting the committee. Very modest amount for professional dues, conferences, and meals on the occasions when we meet in person, as we are going to do next week. I'm happy to take any questions, but I think that budget is probably the simplest one you're going to review.
Okay. Any questions? Comments?
Did you get a raise this year?
Yeah, I've been getting twice as much.
I hope people at home appreciate that we're talking nonsense here, but congratulations, by the way, on continuing to do a really good job.
Here, here.
Very underappreciated committee, but I'm going to
Thank you.
criticize you roundly in a week or so.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sure. I look forward to that.
Okay, well, I guess the only thing I can say is that we all appreciate the fact that you work very, very hard, as do we. And we're paid the big bucks to do that.
He gets even fewer big bucks than we do.
That's right. But you get good.
We get pizza.
Yeah. But anyway, I assume that everyone understands and appreciates the work that you do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, warrant articles. These are public hearings, and we have 5. So let's begin. Warrant Article 10, Community Preservation Act Fund Appropriations. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, so
Nancy?
Nancy,
Nancy Heller and Lindsay Butler are online.
Okay.
I just want, as people are getting promoted, I just want to thank all the department heads who participated tonight. You saw a wide cross-section of
Yes.
the work that happens, public facing, behind the scenes. It's just a great, especially, and great to see new faces in the library team. Thank you for all the, for
Mhm.
board, all work you're all doing. A lot of work, so.
Yeah, and the
Thanks.
presentation has really addressed the issues that we've asked them to address in many cases, as well as, provide the type of understanding of the day-to-day work of the departments that I think really is helpful to us in many ways. So. Okay, I see Lindsay Butler is on the screen. Oh, Nancy Heller, I see you up there now.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so proceed.
All right, we have a slide presentation. I'm going to rush through it because I don't want to take more time than I'm allotted and get to the heart of the matter. So if Lindsay, you could put that up and I'll just, ask you to we'll skip through the first three or four slides. And if you guys have any questions, you'll ask me at the end. And I want to thank the chair and the members for taking the time to review this stuff with us. So that's the first slide. Go on to the second and then the third. And these slides, keep going. These slides are all things we've discussed before, and I don't want to take the time to go through them now. It takes too much time. I assume you will know we worked hard, and that's what that slide says. Keep going. And the next slide is, we get to the heart of the matter, which is our warrant article. And it's broken into three parts, essentially. The first is a revenue appropriation for fiscal year 26. We're estimating the revenue, as you see, in the revenue line there. And that's an estimation. It will be divided into different buckets. The first budget reserve, open space, preservation, community housing are all buckets that we have that will be in the first motion. And the second motion, and this is by statute the way it's designed, our administrative costs are in the last bucket, and it will be in a separate motion. So that really takes care of the first two motions. And I'd rather like to get to the third motion, which is broken into subsections because it's all of our projects. So could you go to the next slide? Before we do this, actually, I'd like to go to the last slide, Lindsay, if you would just put that up for a sec, to let you know that we are leveraging funds from other areas of the community. And these are the projects, there are 6 of them that have leveraged some funds, and the amount of leverage ranges considerably. But it's important to know that there's community buy-in, and that this is one of the ways we get that. So Egmont Street, and go back to Egmont Street. This is going to match, this is our only housing project for the year. If you recall, last year we did the Walnut High development plus some BCDC projects, and one of the roofs at Egmont Street. And the BHA, this is a BHA project, has been able to secure state funding, matching state funding. So instead of this being spent $500,000 per year for one roof, they'll be spending $1 million a year for 2 roofs. And that'll knock the project down to a 3-year cycle. If the state decides to give us more money, we'll have it, it'll be done more quickly. But at this point, we're anticipating this will be the third roof that we're participating in. The other 2 were taken care of last year because we also had a state matching amount. Next slide, please. Then we're going to go to the historic preservation projects. That's one of our 3 buckets. The first is a project by Temple of Habai Shalom, the dome restoration. As you know, the dome is a historic icon in Brookline. Beautiful dome, but it's leaking and making inroads into the structure of the building, and our help will preserve the building from further deterioration, and hopefully they'll be able to use matching funds to correct some of the problems that this is causing. The chemical firehouse is actually a Brookline-owned building, but it's leased to the Brookline Arts Center. Originally, their project was, they asked us for additional money for a larger project, but realized that they needed to get a few more ducks in a row, including accessibility issues. So they're focusing this year on just the heat pumps and the HVAC system for the building. And it's obviously, they have a match as well. And that program will obviously make a huge dent in the sustainability level of the building. And that is a town building, so it'll be a benefit to the town. The next project is a archives project of $60,000. There's also a match from the Historical Society for this one. And it's really a plan to figure out what have we got, because it's been so scattered in different places and stored in many other places. And we know some records have been lost. There's some records which we will not spend money on. That includes marriage, death, and birth, because those are mandated by the state for the town to maintain. The next is a project at the Putterham Golf Course, the clubhouse window restoration, $19,000, a modest amount relatively, but important as they're leaking, and again, it will contribute to the sustainability efforts of that building. Pierce School freezes. In the historic building of the Pierce School, there are freezes which line the first floor mostly, and have badly deteriorated over the years. This is an opportunity for us to take them down in conjunction with the project, which is also providing a bit of matching funds to take them down and store them until we reach the end of the project, when they will be restored and re-put up in the 6th grade area, where the children in the 6th grade study Greek life and ancient Greek life, and they use the freezes as a tool in that curriculum. Then we have a couple of historic preservation efforts at the restoration of a Foster fence. It's the fence that surrounds the Foster plot at the old burying ground, $88,000, and it's in deplorable condition, really needs to be renovated. And the Minot Rose Garden trellis restoration, the Minot trellis comes from Lars Anderson and is a historic artifact, was moved to the Rose Garden, but requires restoration. Again, it needs it fairly badly. So with a total of 1.3 million and change, that's our historic preservation projects. Lindsay, could you go to the next slide, please? These are our open space and recreation projects. We have Lars Anderson, which is a large amount of money, but it's for the design review process and construction documents of $1.68 million. But it's very important for the town, a very important effort. We've had such a disaster with the rink, and while it's in temporarily good shape, that's not expected, I don't think, to last very long, and really needs to be restored. The CPA cannot pay for anything that's indoor in terms of recreation projects. This is an outdoor ice rink. Moving on to the Coolidge Playground tennis court design. That court has reached the end of its useful life. It's a very popular tennis court used by many members of the community.
2 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to be quick as I can. Thank you. And it will enhance the tennis experience and pickleball, I believe, as well. Ridley Tennis Court is three actual tennis courts are suffering from water damage. There's a water issue there, again, at the end of their useful life, and they also will benefit. The school and the community will benefit from this money. This is the design, and then the construction will follow at a later date. Putterham Woods is trail enhancement. These will be in conjunction with a town project, which is to restore the Putterham Woods trails. And these will be trail heads, one on Hammond Street and one in the parking lot of the golf course. Providing one on the golf course will provide a kiosk and some seating, etc. A community garden at Elliott Recreation. Community gardening is a very hot, popular community activity. This will be establishing new gardens at Elliott Recreation Center. The other gardens around town have long waiting lists, and we expect that this one will be just as popular. Amory Woods is a boardwalk, is a project that's badly needed. The Amory Woods boardwalk is underwater a lot of the year. It's not accessible, and it's deteriorating because of its position. So it needs to be redesigned and constructed according to the problems that we face, and also to make it ADA accessible. Please move to the next slide. We go on to Riverway invasive park species. You'll see there are 3 invasive species, and I'll just say that each one of them is a bit different, and that it's looking for a different invasive species to eradicate.
You're at 10 minutes.
Thank you. And we hope that this will make an inroad in that process, and the tree inventory also will make an inroad into the process of inventorying our trees and so that we can respond to some climate issues as according to the master plan on climate resiliency in our in our urban forest. Next slide, please. And this is the last slide. Again, these are the rules. Grant reimbursement program, as you know. Next slide, please.
Okay.
And this is the one which I showed you before, the leverage other funds. So sorry, I'm rushing through this, but
Thank you.
welcome to your questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Paul?
Yep, Nancy, thank you so much. I think you did it in half the time that you did last year, so thank you for your efficiency. If I remember last year, there was some discussion about kind of breaking these out for separate votes. I don't think we ended up doing that last year. And I'm hearing maybe, are there rumblings again? Are we voting these as a package, or will town meeting vote on each one separately? I can't remember what we do or what.
As we get closer to town meeting, I know that the moderator will want to weigh in on this. There are 18 projects, so that if we vote separately, it's a considerable amount of time. And the moderator may want to clump them together or do some other, I don't know exactly. We haven't quite figured that out yet.
Okay.
But you know, I think if there's some community dissension about some projects as there were last year. I don't sense it's quite at the same level, but last year was the first year, so we'll see.
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
John?
Hi, Nancy.
Hi.
What kind of reimbursement are we getting from the state? Reimbursement's not the right word. It's a bonus, I guess, or
It's a
something.
match, sort of.
Yeah,
I mean,
match,
not
yeah.
really a one-for-one match, but it
Yeah.
depends upon the level of fees. They get a lot. The money comes from the registries, real estate registries, and so it depends on the year that the registries have had and how much money they accumulate. So we won't know this year. I think we got 500,000 or 550,000. We're hoping to get 550 next year, but we don't know. A couple of years ago, we got $1 million. It was a great year, but I don't think we would get that again for a while. So, you know, we can't really know, and we have to do an estimation, which is, you know, that's built into our forecast for fiscal year 26.
Yeah. I just want to pause and for people who maybe, you know, weren't part of this process that led to our having a Community Preservation Act fund. What was it, 3 years, 4 years ago that we finally got it adopted? Until we got that adopted, and it took a long time, none of the projects that Nancy just ticked off tonight would have had funding under normal circumstances. But because the people of Brookline got smart, it took them a while. It took some of us longer than others.
Yeah, our first campaign in 2006. So I worked on
Yeah, you started in 2006, but we didn't adopt it until 2022,
21.
Yeah. So congratulate ourselves and congratulate people like Nancy and others. And we needed leadership after that happened. The voters approved us having a Community Preservation Act fund, and we found it. So thank you, Nancy, for not only working to get us into the same ballpark as a lot of other communities with Community Preservation Act funds, but
we just take this second here to thank Lindsay, our staff member, and all the
yep.
committee members,
Anyway.
David Lesquier, the vice chair, puts in a lot of time, other committee members. So I want to thank them because they really, you know, we have a lot of meetings around deciding about these grants.
I want to thank John too, because he provided some very useful advice when we were designing our campaign to go to the voters, and we got the second highest vote in the history of the Community Preservation Act. So hats off to you too, also, John, for your contribution.
Well, I know enough self-congratulation, but I gotta say, the voice that you hear is David Lescoyer, and I don't deserve anywhere near the credit he does.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is a public hearing. This is a public hearing. Let's open the public hearing and see if anyone wants to speak.
Yes, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, if there's anyone online who wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. If you're in the room, please make your presence known. There are 7 individuals in the room, 19 online, and no one is indicating their desire to speak at this time.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing and what does the board think about this? Do we want to vote it tonight or?
I'm happy with a single vote tonight. I certainly don't want to take this apart in pieces.
Oh, Bernard, excuse me.
Yes.
I meant to mention one other thing, which is that we will have a minor adjustment to our warrant article. And that's because when in September, when the recreation and invasive species, especially projects were put forth by the Department of Public Works, we didn't have the staff in the Recreation Department and the Sustainability Department to monitor, et cetera, and honcho those. And now we do. So the Department of Public Works has asked us to make a change in the department that's going to manage these grants and the
Okay.
department to which these will be awarded. So we will do that. We will make a recommendation at our next meeting, which will either be the 8th or the 14th, well before the combined report. And
So
I
we'll
wanted
vote,
you to know that.
we'll vote this warrant article when those changes are made. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, did I hear someone over here? Okay. Next, warrant article 2, approval of collective bargaining agreements. I assume that that's Melissa.
Yes, Article
Thank you,
2,
Nancy.
we have, we file in case we have any collective bargaining agreements that need to be approved by town meeting. At this point in time, we do not have any ready for town, excuse me, for town meeting. So the recommendation would be no action under this article. If in the future we did have something, we would move for reconsideration, but at this time there are no collective bargaining agreements for the board to consider.
Okay, great. Let's open up public hearing.
There are no individuals who signed up in advance. If anyone is interested in speaking on this warrant article, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature or make your presence known in the room.
No one has done so, so I'll close the public hearing. I move no action on warrant article 2. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Hold on, Paul. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Now you can. David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next, warrant article 4, report on the closeout of special appropriations and bond authorization rescissions. Melissa.
Sure. So Article 4 is an annual article that we filed providing town meeting with the status of revenue financed and bond financed CIP appropriations. In your packet, you have the list of all of those appropriations with the department heads filling in the status of each of those. And this article would be used if we needed to take any action on any of the accounts. At this point, we do not have any accounts that we're looking to make any recommendation under. So the recommendation under this article is no action. It really is just a way of compelling department heads to provide additional information for town meeting, but no action is currently recommended.
Okay, this is the public hearing, so let's open it up to public.
Yes, no one signed up in advance. If anyone's online who wishes to speak on this article, please raise your hand at this time. And if in the room, please make your presence known.
Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and move no action on this. Warrant article 4. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, warrant article 18, amend Article 8.32 of the town's general bylaws to reduce demand for single-use plastic food packaging. So.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Hochberg. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 2. And with Louise Bowditch. We co-lead the Mothers Out Front Brookline Zero Waste team, and our other co-petitioner, Clint Richmond, town meeting member precinct and member of Solid Waste Advisory Committee. So warrant article 18, we're going to be, here. The backdrop for this, of course, is the tremendous amount of plastic that's being produced, and we're trying to cut into that. We have had a bylaw for some time now on sustainable food packaging, and it came to our attention that the bylaw wasn't always being followed. There were some non-conforming takeout containers being given out by restaurants. The requirement currently is that the containers from restaurants need to be reusable or recyclable, biodegradable, or compostable. There is an exemption for certain caterers if 50% or more of their business is from catering. So with Mothers Out Front, we started meeting with members of Department of Public Health, Sigal Reese and Nicole Marvez, and also met with Katie Weatherseed from the Department of Public Works Zero Waste Program. And over time, through some conversations and other information about what other communities were doing, we arrived at a number of beneficial changes that we'd like to propose to warrant to the bylaw for takeout containers. So the first of these is skip the stuff, so that this, you may or may not be familiar with it, but if you get a takeout order and when you unpack it, you find in the bottom a whole ton of plastic utensils, condiment packets, you probably don't need them, and you throw them out or stick them in a drawer. It's kind of wasteful. So the idea here is that the restaurants would not give you any of these items unless you specifically request them. And it's a win-win. The restaurants save money and the customer doesn't have to deal with extra items. We're also going to make explicit that black plastic takeout containers are non-conforming. The current bylaw requires that list that we showed. And because of the nature of the processing at the plant for an optical scanner is looking over all the items on the conveyor belt, and it cannot see, even though there's, when you look at the bottom of the container, there's chasing arrows and a number, and you think, sure, this must be recyclable, but it isn't, because the optical scanner cannot read the number on the item. So those don't get recycled. And unless you know a lot about recycling, you're not going to be able to read the bylaw and know this under the current bylaw, but we would add this explicit ban on black plastic. We've also updated some definitions within the bylaw just to make them more just easier to apply and easier to enforce. So for example, for compostable items, there used to be some technical standards. Now we're referring to certification that would actually be marked on the item. And you've probably seen these with, like the produce bags at Trader Joe's. There's specific logos on there that it's compostable, and Black Earth will know. Thank you.
Okay, you have 10 minutes, so don't waste them showing us
And the black plastic.
show and tell.
Don't worry, I won't need all of it anyway. Almost done. And then as a kind of a nod to pragmatism, portion cups, these little containers that may have a dressing or a sauce that you would get with a takeout order. These are not recyclable, even though the material itself might be. They're too small for the processing equipment. They're pretty popular, and alternatives are rather expensive. So at the request of the Department of Health, we put into the warrant article in the bylaw that would exempt these, at least for the time being, when it is too expensive to replace them. And through discussions with the with one of the people at the Small Business Development Committee, we had some conversations after we presented to them about catering and why caterers are exempt and why was the definition of catering 50% and so on. With further discussions with the Department of Health, we decided that the only reason to exempt catering was if there was some food safety issue, because there's kind of an ambiguity about catering from a restaurant. Sometimes it's just a large takeout order and you think of it as catering, but it's not catering in the Department of Health sense, which is when they issue a license specifically for the restaurant to be serving food off-site. And in that case, they might need very specific kinds of food containers. So in a nod to that, the warrant article suggests that the bylaw had the same exact rules apply to caterers that currently apply to restaurants, with the exception that if there's a food safety requirement, that they can use whatever is necessary to meet that food safety rule. And we have been working with with various groups to get feedback and endorsements. So as I mentioned earlier, we work closely with Department of Health and Public Works. We have endorsements from the Advisory Council of Public Health and the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and we just got an approval from the Department of Public Works itself. And we are continuing to be undergo review with the Small Business Development Committee, and hopefully we'll get their approval next week. And we have been working with the moderator and town council on the language of the bylaw. There is going to be an amended version coming out of the Advisory Committee Public Safety Subcommittee. Chiefly on effective dates, a few other fine points that they spotted.
Okay.
So that.
And these are friendly amendments you've accepted?
I'm sorry?
You'll accept the amendments?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they're all good points. And yeah, so that's the end of the presentation. We can take questions.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. I noticed in the materials that among the things that are banned are wet wipes. I was wondering why that was in there, number one.
You mean they would be part of Skip the Stuff, so they wouldn't be given out unless you asked for them? Is that?
No, well, maybe I didn't, I don't have the financial plan with me, so I can't, I'm sorry, the warrant article or the warrant with me. But my recollection is that among the things that are banned are wet wipes. And I apologize for not having that material with me.
Oh, thank you. You happen to have one, that's great.
So is that within the category of items that can't be given out without someone asking for it?
I believe that's
Okay.
the only context that come up in the bylaw.
I just remember when my kids were young, you know.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're not banned, it's more just only given on request.
All right, okay.
Yeah, it's the prepackaged ones, not general wet wipes like you might see.
Okay.
Babies.
Okay, that clarifies it. Second question I had is, many times, including here in Brookline, restaurants will package up their leftover food and give them to, I think, homeless organizations or others. And they typically use the black plastic containers. Have you thought about how they can be allowed to continue doing that, which is a very important service with these rules?
Yes, the health department has a list of places you can source similar containers that would not be black plastic. So they could be white plastic, they could be aluminum.
Okay, and costly or as cheap as the black plastic, which I assume it's cheap. I mean,
yeah, we don't really know what if it's only cost or if there's other reasons that there is still black plastic being used by a number of restaurants. So, and I don't know what's the cost comparison.
Okay, which one of you is first?
Mine's a quick follow-up.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
David.
So
What is the purpose of black plastic? Why is it popular? If it's not recyclable, why go with black plastic as opposed to some other color?
And sturdy.
Well, yeah, plastic can be sturdy. The color is not a function. The sturdiness is not a function of the color. It's a function of the thickness and the particular polymer that's used. So I don't know what the miracle is with black plastic either, but
Isn't there something in the composition of black plastics that is particularly bad?
It can be. If it's recycled electronic waste. And
Yeah.
there can be flame retardants in there and yeah.
it's important not to confuse the black plastic food containers that are in this article with things like the black plastic spatulas and things of that sort. That's a whole different category of material. So
The reason I ask is if we're just talking about color, then cost shouldn't be a factor in terms of switching. And is the reason why it's not recyclable because it's dark, it blocks the number, and so for electronic processing, that creates a problem? Is that really its only issue?
Yes.
And restaurants understand this?
There's
yet
one more issue. The
Yeah.
black plastic is of low value because normally the highest value recyclable materials have the least amount of additions to them. So clear, white paper that doesn't have much printing on it, it's that sort of thing. But the black, one reason it's cheaper, so we've read online, is that you can mix different resins of different colors and then just pour the black in at the end. So that's why it's a little marginally cheaper.
Okay.
I mean, there may be other reasons, but that's one reason that we've researched.
I just wanted to say, I think you've done a really fine job of delineating a few things that are exceptions. I think that's really important. I'm sure it's important to the business community. For example, the less than 4 ounce cups for salad dressing and that sort of thing. That's you've done a really exemplary job, I think, of sort of walking a line between what we can reasonably tighten up here and and tightening it up so much that it causes problems to food service and stores. So nice work.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, just, I know you're meeting with the small business group at some point. Have you had feedback from restaurants? What's the feedback from the business community? I don't know if it's been widely promoted. Is it, haven't heard anything yet? They may not know.
Yeah, well, we did share with the head of the Chamber of Commerce and the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association, and shared copies of what we were doing, had conversations, and there hasn't been any pushback.
Okay.
And we followed up, how do we interpret this silence? But if it was alarming to them, I think they would have said something.
Yeah, I just wonder if the restaurants know. I mean, they may not have shared with the restaurants. So I'm curious about how proactive did you go out and talk to the actual users affected by this?
I don't know if they talked to their members.
Okay, but you didn't. You, as a petitioners, you didn't
No.
reach out directly. Okay.
Should have. Any other? Okay, this is a public hearing. Let's open up the public hearing.
Yes, now that the chair has opened up the public hearing, if there's anyone online who wishes to speak on this article, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time or make your presence known in the room. Yes, you can approach the podium. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Laura Knott. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 13, and I'm also the co-coordinator of Brookline Mothers Out Front, to report that the leadership team of Brookline Mothers Out Front has unanimously endorsed this warrant article.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this warrant article at this time? And I do not see anyone.
Okay, I'll close the hearing and unless anyone has any further discussion, we'll move on. I understand that you're updating the warrant article, so there's no reason for us to even consider voting today.
May I ask
John?
a question? Just one question, if I may. Is there any example of a town or city in Massachusetts that's already adopted pretty much this regime for plastic uses?
Yes.
Newton has.
Newton.
And recently, I mean, is there an opportunity to see how it's working in Newton?
Yes, it's been a few years since they.
It's been a few years. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if we shop in Newton, we won't be presented with anything in a black plastic container or?
They have had trouble enforcing it, I've been told.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's useful to know.
So.
Okay, thanks.
I have one more question. And there's, any thoughts on notification? How will this, how will and I assume town meeting will adopt this, how does it get communicated out to the business restaurant community?
They maintain a brochure that's online.
Who's that? We,
The Department of Health, I'm sorry.
our Department of
They're,
Health
they're
has a
responsible for
brochure
enforcing.
for sharing that information.
Yeah. We have obviously the contact information for everyone who has a common victual license, anyone. So we would just send that information out to everyone.
Okay. All right.
The
Thank you.
Department of Health and Department of Planning, which also deals a lot with economic development, is already thinking about materials to share with their contacts within the community.
It will actually make it easier for them to enforce.
You need to go to the mic.
You got to speak it.
You need to go to the mic.
It will actually make it easier to enforce. The health department is very enthusiastic about this. Their problem is it's not recyclable, but it appears to be. It has chasing arrows on the bottom, and they have a difficult time enforcing it. They're pleased to have this clarity, which is what this is.
Okay, thank you.
And the same thing with the compostable materials, requiring the certification removes all ambiguity. So you can't just hold it up and say, oh, this is compostable. You say, well, how do we know it's compostable? If it has one of those certifications like BPI, which is a nonprofit certifier.
So they're already used to, there's containers that they're not supposed to be using. So this is a clarification of what they're not supposed to be doing. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have warrant article 21, okay, 22 it has been pulled, right?
19.
19?
Yeah.
Okay, why
Sustainable
are my
bags.
notes all messed up here? Okay, 19. Okay,
All right, this one is
regulation of plastic bags.
Shorter. There's some points that overlap, so I won't repeat those. Essentially, we're in the same space. We're trying to reduce plastic, single-use plastics, and we have already had in place a plastic bag ban, which you're probably familiar with. It does have some significant exemptions. Restaurants are not under it officially, and there are exceptions for small retailers as well. But in spite of the exceptions, there's been really widespread adoption of this ban, and I actually have been walking around because I'd heard anecdotally that, oh, they've all switched over to paper. They're not using plastic anymore with a few exceptions, which was one reason we started even looking at this. Was we were curious why. There's one particular largish store, I don't want to name names necessarily, but they are giving out plastic bags, and kind of wondering why is that? And they're technically under one of these exemptions. So given that that adoption of this ban has been so widespread, but yet there's still a significant amount of bags being given out that we'd like them to be paper, or to discourage them altogether and people bring their own. We would eliminate those exemptions. And we'd be in good company doing that. There's 162 Massachusetts communities with a bag ban, and all but 6 have done away with the small business exemptions and apply their bag ban to restaurants as well. Another thing that we're doing while we're in there is match the Massachusetts Senate bill definition of a reusable bag. This is one that's from the Sierra Club, and I believe, is it California has it as well?
Yes. Two types of reusable bags. There's some have claimed that these film bags are reusable. They're just thicker plastic bags. This is a non-woven polypropylene bag with handles And you measure these with mils and you measure these with grams per square meter. So we're adopting this standard that's applicable to the kind of reusable bags that are really supposed to be used, because this is a step backwards.
And the last point is we're updating the definitions the same way for compostable and biodegradable as in the other warrant article.
Okay, Mike.
So this is one where the exemption for small retailers, I can imagine that it may have made more sense in a period when we were first adopting these measures, but now even small retailers can find alternatives. But I do want to make sure that the small businesses are informed, and through the Chamber of Commerce or through the Department of Health or however.
Right, through the health department.
Health,
This will be more planning.
Planning.
Yeah.
okay. And I'm saying informed as opposed to consulted, because honestly, I think there are alternatives now. But information, you won't get compliance with everyone unless everyone knows. So.
I think one of the differences between food packaging and plastic bags is it's a much simpler domain. You're really only talking about one thing. There's not, hundreds of different SKUs and product options. People know what these are. They're kind of the bogeyman of plastics, the first thing that's usually addressed when this issue comes up. That's why there's 162 in Massachusetts, and there's on the order of 50 around food packaging. So you can see the sort of a 3-to-1 ratio of towns that have acted on this. There's still no state action. This will help reinforce that, but it's just a much more popular area. As Brenda pointed out, most stores are already in compliant now in 2025.
I do have
2012 when we did this originally, Mike.
I do have one question. If you go into some grocery stores, there's a roll of very thin gauge plastic for getting like 6 apples or that sort. Is that included in the ban?
Yeah, those are called produce or product bags.
Yep.
They are already, the ones that you find in Brookline are already compliant at the supermarkets, but this would extend that to a broader range of stores. But there's not that many stores that have those kind of bags where everyone has a shopping bag.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Let's open up the hearing.
Now that the hearing has been opened, there's no one who signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this warrant article? And if you're online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature.
Hi, Laura Knott, Town Meeting Member Precinct 13 and Co-Coordinator of Brookline Mothers Out Front, reporting again that the leadership team of Brookline Mothers Out Front has unanimously endorsed this warrant article.
Thank you, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, we'll close the hearing, and any further discussion? Okay, thank you. Move on.
For your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next warrant articles that we have already held hearings on, and they're up for a vote. First, warrant article 12, establish a floodplain administrator.
A question was asked last time about what happens if FEMA goes away as part of this. So the big thing about this article is that FEMA administers the National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP, and that's what this is really about. So as much as the current administration may want to dispose of FEMA, I think they would face an existential outcry from the Gulf states if they tried to dismantle the NFIP, since it is the only insurance entity that provides flood insurance. I mean, when you buy flood insurance from a company, you're actually buying it from the federal government. There's just a broker or go-between. So even if FEMA is dismantled or transferred to another agency like HUD, or even if FEMA is dismantled, NFIP would be transferred to another agency. It's not possible to get rid of NFIP at this juncture. It would basically leave the entirety of Florida, Alabama, and Louisiana, and the Carolinas unprotected. So unless this administration decides all of a sudden it wants to hurt people even more than it's currently hurting people, I don't think that will.
It has said that there's going to be some pain.
Yes.
In certain areas.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's not.
The
go there.
AC approved this article at the time.
Okay. Any discussion?
I have one, I do have one question. Someone raised this, and I don't know if it's valid, that the maps were developed before the Muddy River was re-engineered. Is this,
Old maps were.
the old maps were?
Yeah, I don't think I think these maps,
Consider what
yes,
the Army Corps of Engineers did to the Muddy River.
that's my understanding. Although again, this has been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
So I don't know what, and the other thing is that these maps get appealed all the time, so it's
Okay.
a long process.
Okay.
I don't think this map is inaccurate or under inclusive, let's put it that way.
Okay.
I could just add that earlier tonight, they were presented to the advisory committee and these maps are more precise.
Okay, so I'd like to move favorable action on warrant Article 12. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Simon.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, warrant Article 16. Amends the zoning bylaw to expand requirements to provide long-term bicycle parking spaces. It also addresses a percentage of bicycle parking spaces to be dedicated to larger bicycles. What's the discussion here?
Well, we had a thorough look at that bylaw, and it's one of these things that I think may have been adopted sort of out of momentum rather than really thinking through what the needs are, and I'm a little concerned by it. I'm kind of reluctant to go with this.
Yeah.
I think the basic bylaw actually needs some work.
John.
This feels like one of those areas where if we, intervene too much and make wrong assumptions about the amount of bicycle, use or bicycle space need that is going to exist in a given development. I mean, we could in certain circumstances just turn off a developer who was interested in developing in Brookline until, among all the other things that were being imposed on him, he found out, and furthermore, I have to have like 4 times as many bike spaces in my parking garage as I'm gonna need. And so, I just give up, the needs vary from one part of town to another part of town. Needs vary according to whether it's a, building with a lot of older people or families. To put a formula into our zoning that might just greatly overstep how much actual need there is for some bike parking spaces. Just doesn't seem right, especially when people can work these things out. If you have a fair number of car parking spaces, and it turns out there's less car use and some demand for bicycle spaces that you didn't anticipate, you can give over a few of the, car parking spaces to bicycle spaces, seems to me.
Yeah. By the way, someone, excuse me, someone was supposed to discuss with EDAB whether they think that this would impede development.
They haven't met yet.
Pardon me?
They haven't met yet, actually.
I thought they're meeting Monday.
No, well, that was a mistake on my part. They're having a special meeting this coming Thursday, I think it is. Yeah.
I don't think that that's going to change what I sense is the sort of inclination of the select board.
I will say I'm unsure on this one, and I'm kind of torn. So I think it was Anthony Ishak, right, brought this, and
Yeah.
he positioned it as we're not really changing the square footage of bike racks, we're just changing the configuration. And that's, I think partly that's true. So if it's a 20-foot bike rack, instead of having 20 slots for 20 bikes, it's now, 12 for regular bikes and.
Right, but the ones for larger bikes are longer spaces, and
Right.
yes, you are increasing this.
You are increasing the
Yeah.
space, but the other thing is this is getting into the definition of which units it's going to be going into, right? So building use, if it was 1 to 7 dwelling units, it's now 1 to 3 dwelling units. So I didn't understand that. Multiple dwelling units of 8 units and above, they're going to 4 units and above. So that means in a 4-unit building, there's 1 4.1 per dwelling unit. So there'd be more than 4.4. I don't know, it'd have to be 4.4 per unit. And I just don't know, what does that mean to a 4-unit building? And is it clear when it kicks in? Is it when it's renovated? When?
Okay, is there anyone who would vote favorable action on this? Okay, I move no action. All in favor? John Van Scoyac,
In favor of no action, yes.
Michael Sanders?
Yes, aye.
Paul Warren,
I'm going to abstain.
David Croman,
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Oh, we've switched places.
Huh?
We switched
I
places.
I don't understand questions.
Warrant Article
Fine.
22, wasn't that pulled?
It was pulled. We kept it off the vote for a week just in case anyone else picked it up, and no one else has.
Okay, so we don't have to vote on that.
Oh, you should.
Or,
you
but
should
no
vote
action, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, I move no action on warrant article 22. All in favor? Please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Salmon.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Warrant article 24. Home rule petition, real estate transfer tax. Any thoughts on that?
It's just a matter of weighing in with the state legislature, adding one more municipality to the list of municipalities that are interested in it. Unless we feel like it's not an appropriate thing to do in the first place. It has been something that we've submitted before. If we want to follow up on that, then it needs to be submitted again.
Paul.
So I had a couple of phone calls with the petitioner, so with Alec about this, because my primary concern, I had two concerns. One had to do with just single use. You're dedicating quite a bit of money to one use, which is affordable house, goes to the Affordable Housing Trust. If I had my druthers, it would go to the general fund, but that's not really where the state's going with it. And we do need more deed restricted affordable housing. So I support that. My bigger concern was to make sure that we had some flexibility, should this thing come back to us, to be able to provide exemptions for cost burden, house rich, income poor individuals that maybe are looking to downsize and they need the money to downsize, or they need the money the proceeds to be able to go for longer term aging care. And so there is a provision in the home rule that there's two provisions. One, it says that the senior circuit breakers would apply, and those are the state level circuit breakers. So the state level circuit breakers are, you can apply if you have a certain income level at a certain age, and you can get a tax rebate on your taxes. It actually comes through as an income tax rebate. So that's one. But two, there's a general provision that says that we would have the ability to create other exemptions, either through bylaw or through a policy, a regulation at the select board. So with that, I'm comfortable that the seniors, the issue that I'm hearing from seniors, they're worried about losing the ability to take the proceeds to go live out the rest of their lives or downsize. And I think that provision in the home rule gives us the flexibility to be able to create a provision that says, if you're 65 years older and you have an income of X, we would take the exemption from $1 million to 2.5 or 3 million, and we could greatly increase it, thereby, I think, satisfying, the concerns about seniors. Frankly, we could exempt all seniors, depending on income level. So I feel pretty good that provision would give Brookline the flexibility to help deal with aging adults that are concerned about proceeds. So I think I'm in favor of voting positive action.
John.
Well, this is not new. I opposed this years ago, and I'm opposing it for the same reason today. I think it's very unwise in a time when we desperately need new revenue sources for the schools, when we need new revenue sources for town needs, to have an earmarked revenue stream that is only available for one use. And it's a use that we honor in many, many ways with other sources of revenue, including CPA funds. I think this is disproportionate. We have needs far beyond just housing. And we ought to be divvying up whatever proceeds we get from a real estate transfer tax between, a simple formula would be 1/3 to town municipal uses, 1/3 to school uses, 1/3 to the housing trust fund. I'm not sure why it wasn't formulated that way. That seems a much wiser way to formulate. I'm not sure whether the moderator would agree to an amendment
It's actually interesting.
along
that
those
you-
lines.
It's interesting that you raised that because I did call the moderator in
Yeah.
fact and ask him if he would accept an amendment that would redirect the funds to the general fund, either 30% to the general fund and 30% to the housing trust and then 70% to the general fund. And he said that he would accept such.
So he would accept.
He would want to see it first,
Oh, I'll have
of
to
course.
talk to him.
But I did run it by him because I had the same thought. One of my general concerns is that it's not going into the general fund,
Mhm.
that it is one use. And if there were a way to do that, I mean, I called our state rep and he said, this is really a statewide effort by folks that are very concerned about affordable housing. And you're going against he said, there's nobody else that has suggested this type of amendment. But just to let you know, I
Brookline
thought
leads
that
the
one
way,
through as well.
you know? I definitely think it's a better idea for a lot of communities. And think of how much less of a agony we'd be going through right now, school committee meeting after school committee meeting, painful budget cutting going on. And here's a substantial revenue source. The sponsors have done a good job of pointing out this will really bring in revenue. Of course, depends on where you set the level of the transfer fee, but the potential is huge, and we're blowing the opportunity to use some of it for things like schools and our other needs.
It would
If we don't sort of amend this.
It would certainly bend the curve on overrides operating overrides.
Sure,
Because if
sure.
Alec estimated the first year could be like, I think it was last year's or the year before, it was like 3.5 million.
Yeah.
3.5 million times 3 is essentially an operating override.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Name another opportunity where we're going to be able to add that kind of additional revenue to our revenue streams.
Interesting discussion.
Chestnut Hill.
Dave, that's a good one too.
One question I have for the town administrator, and this might be difficult, but are you able to estimate about how much we spend on affordable housing from the general fund currently in various manners?
I would have to get back to you on that.
The reason I ask is if it's, depending what it is, if we were to support this warrant article, one way to address John's concern would be that whatever we're directing toward affordable housing now, we don't have to direct anymore because we would have this new revenue coming in to fill that.
That's right. And, you can see in our free cash policy or the waterfall, right, the Affordable Housing Trust is on there. And it gets refilled when it's low. It's getting refilled this year to the tune of around $1.3 million. So you can see that we do definitely spend some money towards that. But one of the reasons why that's part of the free cash waterfall is that it's one-time money. And we use that for that purpose. This is presumably, while it's a more volatile stream of revenue because it's based on sales, if you want to use it in the general fund or for general fund purposes, we'd have to have a benchmark, and we would need to be a conservative benchmark that we would then be able to use this for before we started talking about moving that around. So the amount of money we spend in the operating budget for affordable housing is more difficult to quantify. But I could talk to planning and get some material back to you.
Like,
we do support affordable housing in various ways. It would be interesting to have an answer to that question. There are supports that we provide in one way or another to the housing authority, for example.
Correct.
And that certainly is affordable housing. I think I'm not quite convinced by John's argument in the sense that money is fungible, and if you don't spend it if you don't take it out of the existing general fund sources, and instead replace it with revenue from a transfer fee, you can use the money that you haven't spent on something else.
Okay, Paul.
Yeah, so just briefly, this, the issue around the inconsistency of the revenue going into the general fund would be an issue for us, right?
Right. You
Because
could
it's-
set up a reserve.
could be
you know,
lumpy.
The same way that CPA is.
You can
sets up
move
a
it, you can
reserve.
move it to a reserve and then,
Yeah.
allocate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, my bigger concern was, do we have the ability to do a real circuit breaker for seniors so that they're not caught up in this? And
Depends on what the bill ultimately is going
when
to
it
be
comes
law
back,
legislature.
how it comes back. Yeah. But
John?
Mike makes a good point, and David too, but I would say the answer to what you said is, because I heard someone say, for example, we could take the money from free cash. Well, we don't generally use free cash for operating purposes. And, the difference between this revenue source and thinking that we can put it all into housing and then not take free cash into housing is that we have policies on free cash, and, free cash would, at least as presently dictated, would limit us to using that for one-time only purposes and not to help our school budgets and not to help our town operating.
And policies are written on a piece of paper and digitally, and it's up to this board to change them.
And tell the rating
Yeah, we can
agencies
change
that.
it, but we haven't. Chaz?
I just want to chime in because our intrepid planning director and deputy town administrator have been texting me with some information to David's point, which is that our operating costs, at least on the planning side for affordable housing, are funded through CDBG. So we have 2 full-time employee lines that are funded through the CDB Community Development Block Grant. So our operating costs are usually zero in terms of revenue from the town itself going into affordable housing. We cover that through the HUD block grant. Typically one-time funds, it can vary. It varies from 0 to, in this year, 1.3 million. On average, it's closer to it's around $400,000 in one-time funds a year. So that's what we currently tend to spend on affordable housing related projects, at least on the planning side of the house. There are other smaller expenses, in terms of and so forth, inspectional services. But the lion's share of that comes from planning.
Okay, I'm hearing that there's some suggestion that we suggest an amendment.
I'm going to, well, I think if we have time to do this, I'd like to, myself, have a little bit more time to speak to the town moderator and some of the folks.
So why don't we put this off until a future date? Okay, moving on to warrant article 21, create a new general bylaw establishing a commission on thriving children and youth. Is there any support for that?
So I have the
David.
feeling I'm going to be in the minority on this, but I do see tremendous value to having this commission, to engaging in this work. I understand that it will likely be unfunded to begin, so I think we would want to be transparent about when this could get off the ground in a meaningful way. But that is not reason enough to me to not pursue it, because in an ideal world, we would be able to have this commission engaged in this important work. So I'm supportive, but I think we need to be realistic about our expectations in terms of when it becomes fully operational.
In an ideal world, the various departments and agencies that we have would be doing this. And health department,
and they are.
Diversity Commission, and they are. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mike has a first.
Well, that was, Bernard, you really, you've made my point. And there's something when, there's an effort to gather signatures to have a election for charter commission, and CTO and S Committee on Town Organization Structure interviewed, I think, all of us, and they asked some questions about, well, what do we think some of the inefficiencies and the barriers are to Brookline moving rapidly. And my answer was, it's not so much town meeting. That doesn't, I think the difficulty we have is we have this incredible number of commissions and boards that weigh in on everything. And I think we're creating yet another one that's going to duplicate efforts that are already made. I've used this analogy many, many times on other topics, notably on zoning, but we laid these things down like sedimentary rock. And they turn from sedimentary rock into granite somehow. There's an effect when you keep layering stuff on, and I think this is an example of that.
I will say, speaking of CTOS, they took it up last night. I don't know what the outcome of that is, so I don't know if that's relevant on your discussion here, if you want to wait for them, or I know that they were considering several potential amendments. I don't know what the outcome of that conversation was, unfortunately.
Well, I'm glad Chaz brought that up. I can't say why I don't know the outcome. I was listening to the meeting and I got to the end when they were going to try to take a vote on it. And I don't remember how that turned out. What I do remember, and which I highly recommend to everyone, and David, I think if you had the time to listen to the discussion before CTOS, you might have your mind changed. Some really good points were made that had not been made in any of the discussions that I've been part of or listened to previously, having to do with a lot of the responsibilities that already exist under the school department and the school committee, the public health department and the advisory council on public health, the various other departments in the town. They exist there statutorily, and then you can't just kind of like come along and say, well, actually, we're going to give this body that's just, being created on paper, authority over the people who have authority in these areas to tell them that they have to do this and they have to cooperate with that person and they have to formulate a plan, and you can't just do that. And they could just say, well, it's nice that we have this Thriving Youth Commission, but we think we already do pretty well, in the areas of thriving youth. And we don't need this commission, but they might decide that the commission can be helpful, but it's not drafted in a way that deals with any of the conflicts that it's creating. It creates a lot of conflicts and a lot of confusion over who's going to decide this, who's going to decide that, who's going to, make departments show up when there's meetings of the Thriving Youth Commission and they want to have people from the school department or the school committee there. We need to be much more careful when we draft these kinds of changes.
Yep. So I'm with David that I think this is something that's worth doing, this activity. I don't necessarily know in this form. So there are many agencies and departments and groups involved and available to help children thrive, and they are very disconnected. It had been suggested by somebody, might have been from CTONS, maybe this is where they're going, that instead of forming a commission right away, maybe what we should do is encourage changes into a resolution and suggest that maybe the Health and Human Services Department facilitate a biannual summit between all the parties that are involved to try to create initiation of the integration communication that we'd need. And actually, if that was effective, it would actually maybe help inform if we need a commission.
Actually, I made I made the comment about the Brookline Community Foundation convening a group many, many years ago and found that people hadn't been talking to each other.
Right.
And it was a very useful thing to do. So I think that
could be an interim step to help determine if we actually need a commission. Now, my preference would be to wait and see if CTNOS comes out with that, so we don't have to do it. But
Okay, so you want to hold this warrant article?
I think so.
Okay.
All right.
Anyone object? Or would you like to vote?
I mean, I think it'd be useful to send a message of no action because of the many concerns being raised.
Okay.
But
I'll move no action then. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Nay.
and chair votes aye. So, okay. Next item is boards and commissions appointments. Question of appointing Lily Wallace to the Economic Development Advisory Board. Any questions or comments about her? Okay, I move approval of Lily Wallace to the EDAB board. All in favor, John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, and that is the end of the meeting. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to speak at the end? Anyone online who would like to raise their hand for our after meeting public comment? Seeing none, the meeting is therefore over.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Thank you.
We need to get Tiffany to turn off the.
Yep, Tiffany will turn it off. Yeah,
Oh.
that's right.
Okay, 11:07.
No, much better than last time. Well,
Much better, right?
40 minutes better.